Chapter 354. Zhang Xiaohua returned the innkeeper's brush, ink, and other items and went to the pharmacy in high spirits to get some medicine. Little did she know that she had already given herself away in front of the innkeeper. Although the sky had darkened and smoke was rising from all over the place, many shops were still lit up and open to welcome customers. The pharmacy was also open, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not go to the pharmacy she had visited earlier. She just went to a random pharmacy. The shop assistant was not very busy. When he picked up the prescription that Zhang Xiaohua handed over, he only frowned slightly but did not seem surprised at all. In this town, although there were people who came to get medicine with a neat prescription written by a doctor, most of them were like Zhang Xiaohua, who hired someone else or copied other people's prescriptions to get medicine. Zhang Xiaohua's crab-like handwriting could only help the shop assistant gain some experience and did not do anything else. Zhang Xiaohua took the medicine brewed by the shop assistant and paid for it. She casually threw her calligraphy into the trash in the shop. At this moment, Nie Qianyu explained to the confused Little Orange with a smile, "Little Orange, blame me for teaching you to pay more attention to details. You should know that details determine success or failure. Didn't you see that Ren Xiaoyao kept saying that he had only learned the 3-character classic for 3 months? But he didn't know that it was his handwriting that gave him away. Is that so? Miss, I think his handwriting is really not good. Even if he copied your handwriting, it was extremely ugly. Could you tell that he was faking it? No, those words are his true level of handwriting. But it's precisely because he didn't fake it that I could tell. Miss, don't keep me in suspense. Where are the flaws? Tell me quickly." Nie Qianyu was still unhurried as she said, "Do you still remember what my father said when he evaluated the calligraphy of famous masters?" Little Orange thought for a moment and said, "In my impression, it's nothing more than that. The words are just like the person, round and smooth." Pfft. Nie Qianyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. She mocked, round and smooth, and even plump and charming. Little Orange begged, "What do you think?" When father praises people, he usually says that it's thick and thin, dense and natural, simple and clumsy or delicate, square or round and soft, reserved or ostentatious. The strokes of the brush are like floating clouds, swift and fierce like a dragon, strong and round, powerful, and so on. Little Orange still didn't understand. She looked at her mistress and said, "Could it be that Ren Xiaoyao's writing skills have so many advantages? Why can't I tell?" Bah! Nie Qianyu spat at Little Orange and said, "How can his handwriting have so many merits? It's just one spot." Little Orange asked curiously, "That crab handwriting has a great advantage?" "Yeah," Nie Qianyu said thoughtfully. "Strong and powerful. The force of his strokes penetrates the bottom of the paper. I heard from my father that most of the people in Jianghu are uneducated. They don't practice calligraphy, but when they write, they often inadvertently use their inner strength. Even a real calligrapher can't compare with them. Do you think Ren Xiaoyao is like that?" He couldn't help but praise Nie Qianyu. She was really an expert at such a young age. Although Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened by Shuawen Jie and read countless books about herbs in a short period of time, practicing calligraphy was the most important thing. He didn't have time to practice calligraphy. He didn't even know the strokes of most words, let alone study calligraphy. Of course, his handwriting was extremely ugly. But after all, his body was full of genuine qi. Moreover, he had just seen a trace of heaven's way. The path of calligraphy was just a trivial skill. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to write, but every stroke of his contained endless inner strength and a trace of heaven's way. Although Nie Qianyu was talented and understood the force of Zhang Xiaohua's strokes, she was not a master. She didn't see the natural charm of his calligraphy. But even this simple recognition was enough to confirm Nie Qianyu's thought, this guy must be a martial arts master. But then, another question popped up, how old is this young man? Because according to Nie Qianyu's limited experience, a master of Jianghu who could write with such force must have been immersed in the inner strength for decades. Only when the inner strength was used to a certain extent could one understand all the other things. Only then could one apply the inner strength to the performance of calligraphy. Generally, a master of Jianghu who was much older than Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to write with such force. Nie Qianyu was still thinking about this question when Zhang Xiaohua came back with the medicine. Zhang Xiaohua entered the room and took out the medicine that was still warm. She said, "Miss Nia, this medicine is still warm. Can it be used? If not, I'll heat it up in the kitchen." Nie Qianyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and said, "It's okay. This medicine is warm." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua noticed that Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were looking at her strangely. She couldn't help but raise her guard and said, "Well, that's good." After that, she handed the medicine to Little Orange and was about to leave. Nie Qianyu wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. She shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, wait a moment. I have something to ask you." "Oh, what is it, Miss Nie?" "Please tell me," Zhang Xiaohua asked carefully. Little Orange looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated expression and said, "Wait a moment. I'll help Miss Nie finish the medicine first." Little Orange's expression made Zhang Xiaohua even more uneasy. She couldn't help but step back and stand with her hands behind her back. After Nie Qianyu finished the medicine, she stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua stood there, feeling like a fish being stared at by two female cats. She felt a little creepy and couldn't help but ask, "Miss Nie, what's the matter? If you have something to ask, please tell me quickly. I've been tired all day and need to rest quickly." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's evasive tone, Nie Qianyu became more nervous. She asked with a smile, "Ren Xiaoyao, where's the prescription you just transcribed?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought for a moment. He didn't know what was so special about the prescription he wrote, so he said, "When I came out of the pharmacy, I just threw it away." "Does Miss still want to use that prescription?" "Oh, right. Do you still need to take the medicine tomorrow morning?" "I forgot." Little Orange rebuked, "Miss Nia wrote the prescription. She doesn't need to take a second dose. This bowl of medicine is enough." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked tentatively, "So Miss Nia's medical skills are very good?" Nie Qianyu waved her uninjured left hand and said, "Little Orange, you're flattering me. Although I know a little about medical skills, I can only treat minor diseases. My current condition is caused by anxiety and a little injury on my wrist. It's really minor. Of course, it can be cured with some medicine. If it's something else, I can't guarantee." "Oh, I see." Zhang Xiaohua felt a little regretful. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, Nie Qianyu asked curiously, "Could it be that your family members are sick and need a miracle doctor?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and told her about Ji Xiaohua's mother's illness. Of course, he ignored the details of his encounter with Ji Xiaohua and only told her about a neighbor. Nie Qianyu listened and said with a smile, "According to your description, it's just a simple case of tuberculosis. It's very simple. It's just that the family has been poor for a long time and didn't receive timely treatment. The ordinary doctors in town can cure it. If you're still worried, I can write a prescription for you. You can take the medicine and recuperate for 10 days to half a month. You should get better. However, it's been a long time and it's difficult to fully recover." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed to hear this. Just as he was about to ask her for a prescription, he heard that ordinary doctors could also cure it. He thought about the money he had left for Ji Xiaohua and figured it should be enough. He smiled and said, "Since Miss Nie says so, let them go to the medical hall for treatment. I thought it was some serious illness." Nie Qianyu was a little disappointed when she heard this. She said, "However, this is just your description. The way to cure a disease still lies in looking, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse. Everything has to be carefully examined. If it's convenient or on the way, I'll go and have a look." Zhang Xiaohua was not willing to let her know the details. He only said, "That's too much trouble for Miss Nie. You haven't recovered yet. Let's talk about it in the future when there's a chance. Then he was about to leave. Nie Qianyu realized that she had been led astray by Zhang Xiaohua again. She couldn't help being angry and amused. She said, Ren Xiaoyao, wait a minute. I haven't asked you the question yet. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, nonsense. Of course I know you haven't answered. I just don't want you to ask. But he said, then please enlighten me, Miss Nie. Nie Qianyu said, how old are you this year? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua said naturally, Miss Nie, you'd better tell me your age first. Then I'll answer your question. Xiao Juezi was unhappy and scolded, Ren Xiaoyao, what are you talking about? Don't you know that a girl's age is confidential? How can you tell others? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, a girl's age can be confidential. Why can't a boy's age be confidential? The teacher once told me that if you want others to do to you, you must do to them first. I don't understand it very well, so please enlighten me, Miss Nie. When I want to ask someone a question, shouldn't I answer their question first? Nie Qianyu and Xiao Juezi were at a loss for words. Wasn't this the reason? She had asked him a question for no reason. Naturally, she had to pay him back. Nie Qianyu couldn't help but be a little angry. How can this guy be so unkind to girls? After thinking for a while, Xiao Juezi said, Ren Xiaoyao, I'm 14 years old this year. You can rest assured now. Can you tell us your age? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, hee, when did I say that I'll tell you if you tell me first? Miss Nie said angrily, you can't go back on your word. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't angry at all. She smiled and said, besides, even if I want to tell you, I have to wait for Miss Nie to finish before it's my turn. Miss Nie was the one who asked me first. So, I'll stay up all night and covet the urge to update. I'll kindly accept it. Thank you, Si Jiao. Shoo, just this once. I hope everyone likes it. Please vote for me, hee. Chapter 355. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua behaving like this, Nie Qianyu was really mad. She had never seen such a rascal like Zhang Xiaohua. All the men she had met before, no matter their age, were respectful and kind to her. How could she meet such a strange person today? But if she didn't ask this question, not to mention the knot in her heart, she would think about it all the time in the future. Even Little Orange would have told him her age for nothing. She would have suffered a great loss tonight. Instead of this, she might as well ask his age. After thinking about it, Nie Qianyu said, since you said so, I will tell you my age. After you hear it, you must tell us your age immediately. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Miss Nie, why do you want to know my age so much? Is it important? Nie Qianyu smiled and said, it's nothing. I'm just curious and want to know. Little Orange also said, does a woman need a reason to know the answer? Bang! Zhang Xiaohua almost fell to the ground. Is this the real reason? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so embarrassed, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange seemed to have won back their pride and became complacent. Zhang Xiaohua saw that she couldn't avoid it, so she had to say, well, Miss Nie, please say it. When you finish, I will answer your question. Nie Qianyu was stunned and felt her face was a little hot. It was the first time she talked about her age in front of a boy who was the same age as her. How could she not be shy? This Ren Xiaoyao, if there was a chance, she would definitely teach him a lesson. 1 month from today, it will be my 12th birthday. Nie Qianyu said it in a very low voice. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's ears were not ordinary, so she heard it clearly. Oh, you are 12 years old. Zhang Xiaohua said it unconsciously, but she sighed in her heart. Look at her. TSK. She's not even 12 years old, but she's already out here with her maidservant. She speaks so logically and is so calm when she's in danger. Look at her last night. She's even better than me now. It's as if she's seen the world. Alas, I'm not afraid of comparing myself with others. Compared to her, I'm simply useless. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to shake the sky and shout, why is there such a big difference between people? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua pondering, Little Orange became anxious and said, Ren Xiaoyao, are you going back on your words? Oh. Zhang Xiaohua came to her senses and said with a smile, do you think I, Ren Xiaoyao, am that kind of person? Nie Qianyu and Little Orange looked at each other. Both of them felt the same way, but they wouldn't say it out loud. It has been 2 months since my 18th birthday. Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. What? Nie Qianyu and Little Orange both cried out, you can't lie to us. You're already 18 years old. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and said, what is there to lie about? Since I said I would tell you, why should I lie to you? Do I have to? But you look like you're only 14 or 15 years old. 14 or 15 years old? That was 4 years ago. Hee, maybe God was jealous of me and made me so delicate. Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin with a smug look on his face. Bah! The two girls in the hut spat at the same time. The hut fell into a subtle silence for a while. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Miss Nya, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. It's already late, so please rest early. At this time, Nie Qianyu said in a low voice, that Ren Xiaoyao, I didn't expect you to be so much older than me. You are even older than my cousin by 2 years. Can I call you Brother Ren in the future? Ah. This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua and Little Orange's turn to be surprised. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, Miss Nya, you look like a lady from a big family. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? If you call me that, it will shorten my life. Nie Qianyu smiled and said, it is very impolite to always call you by your full name Ren Xiaoyao. What if I call you Brother Xiaoyao? Are you willing? When the words, Brother Xiaoyao, came out, Zhang Xiaohua was so scared that she shrank her neck and had goosebumps all over her body. She waved her hand and said, whatever, Miss Nya. Anyway, it is only a matter of a few days. You can call me whatever you want. Just don't call my soul away. Okay, you rest early. I will go out. After saying that, she did not wait for Nie Qianyu to reply and left in a hurry with her hands crossed. Before Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared, a burst of bell-like laughter came from behind. It was Nie Qianyu's cheerful laughter. Little Orange got up and closed the door of the hut. She said unhappily, Miss, how can you call him Brother Ren? He is just a person from the Jianghu. Even if you think highly of him, you don't have to be like this. Sigh, what do you know? Little Orange, could it be that you are in love? You've taken a liking to this Brother Xiaoyao, that's why you're so jealous. Little Orange looked a little uneasy and rebuked, Miss, look at what you are saying. I have only met him for a day. How could it be like what you are thinking? I just feel that he is always shameless. I feel that it is not worth it for you. Nie Qianyu looked at her seriously and laughed, I am just joking with you. Why do you take it so seriously? You don't know. I heard from Dad that people from the Jianghu are the most carefree. They are always quick to repay kindness and revenge. Looking at Ren Xiaoyao, I think he is really planning to dump us to the bodyguards as long as there is an escort agency in the next town. Hearing this, Little Orange still did not understand and said, if we meet an escort agency again, we can just find a few more highly skilled bodyguards. Ren Xiaoyao is so young. How can he be compared to the escorts in the agency? Nie Qianyu shook her head and said, the escorts in the agency are just second-rate people in the Jianghu. Even the best of them can barely be considered as first-rate. Looking at Ren Xiaoyao's young age, his internal strength should be very profound. He must be much better than the escorts in the agency. Moreover, Nie Qianyu hesitated for a moment. Little Orange continued, moreover what? Is he better than the 8 escorts? Moreover, Ren Xiaoyao has such a high level of internal strength at such a young age. Think about it, his background must be extraordinary. He must be a disciple from a famous sect in the Jianghu. Didn't you hear him say that he has something important to do and can't be bothered to escort us? According to my speculation, disciples from famous sects are all chivalrous and brave. They like to root out the strong and help the weak. He can't even escort us, so he must have something more important to do. Maybe it is the purpose of his experience in the Jianghu this time. I call him Big Brother so that I can get closer to him. If he is soft-hearted and gives me a token from his sect, or spreads the news that we are related to him, then the people who want to kill us will have to be careful when they take action. They will have to weigh their own weight first. Ah. So Miss has thought so much. I thought Miss had taken a fancy to him, so I wanted to get closer to him. Little Orange said with a smile as if relieved of a burden. Little Orange, could it be that you really have such an idea? Are we implying this in our words? Nie Qianyu seemed to be used to Little Orange's teasing. She changed the topic to Little Orange and said, if that's the case, you have to be careful. Ren Xiaoyao is a disciple of a famous sect. Although he looks ordinary, he has a deep background after all. Maybe many heroines will take a fancy to him. You have to seize the opportunity and seize the time to capture him before he leaves. Little Orange's face was not very clear under the dim light. She laughed and said, only Miss thinks he is a treasure with profound martial arts. In my opinion, he is just a young man from the countryside. No matter how you look at him, he does not have the demeanor of a Jianghu hero. Just look at his stingy look just now. Does he look like one? Yes, De Xia and Xiao Xia are magnanimous. How can they be like him? Nie Qianyu was also a little confused. But the handwriting on the prescription was still vivid in her mind. The strength of the handwriting was not fake. Then, what was the problem? Seeing that her miss was deep in thought, Little Orange did not dare to disturb her. She sat alone under the light and rested her chin on her hand. She looked at the swaying flame and did not know what she was thinking. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the house and shook her head. She thought, you just want to get close to me so that I can send you back. Do you think I will fall for your honey trap so easily? Well, you are not a beauty anyway. She hummed a tune and walked back to the house. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged. She was not in a hurry to practice the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. Instead, she began to comprehend the first glimpse of the way of heaven. The comprehension of the way of heaven was really endless. She had comprehended it for almost an entire afternoon, but she had only seen the tip of the iceberg. And this small gain made Zhang Xiaohua feel endlessly useful. She felt that she had scratched her itch. The more she comprehended it, the more she felt it was endless. The more endless it was, the more she wanted to comprehend it. It was not until this moment that Zhang Xiaohua truly understood the joy of cultivation. It was really something that could only be understood and not explained with words. Moreover, it was not until today that Zhang Xiaohua realized that only the comprehension of the way of heaven was the true way of cultivation. The cultivation of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra and other cultivation methods of qi refining, although it could not be said to be trivial, the purpose of cultivating the Heart Sutra was to enhance one's ability to understand the way of heaven. The 18th layer of qi refining and the legendary foundation building were only the extent to which one could grasp and use the way of heaven. Now that she knew this, how could Zhang Xiaohua neglect the essentials and focus on trifles? Chapter 356. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged, wholeheartedly comprehending his own way of heaven. He did not hear the words of the two girls in the hut beside him. In fact, even if he was sitting in the hut, he would not necessarily release his spiritual sense to peep into their hut. After all, men and women should not touch each other. This principle was something that Zhang Xiaohua could still adhere to. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt something. He opened his eyes and looked at the moon that was gradually rising in the sky outside the window. He could not help but secretly nod. The comprehension of the way of heaven was indeed unpredictable. Usually, he would only feel something when he was about to fall asleep. That was just a conditioned reflex of his body when he was about to fall asleep. However, today was different. To be able to feel something while he was meditating was actually a kind of active reminder. The essence was different, the difference was like the difference between clouds and mud. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and pushed the door open. He carefully listened to the slight snoring sounds coming from the hut beside him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stood in the middle of the small courtyard. He made a gesture with his hands and sent a few strands of jinqi around the small courtyard, forming a simple restriction that protected the small courtyard. He originally thought that since he had only set up restrictions the size of the hut before, it might be difficult to set up restrictions that were several times larger. However, when he started, he felt that his understanding of restrictions was actually deeper than yesterday. He could set them up with ease. This could only be attributed to the short moment of comprehension of the way of heaven in the afternoon. In fact, it was not only the cultivation of mental cultivation methods. Formations and restrictions, alchemy, refining weapons, escaping techniques and other cultivation methods of the way of immortals were all different elaborations of the way of heaven. Zhang Xiaohua's glimpse of the way of heaven from afar naturally stimulated all his cultivation methods like a catalyst. Using a kind of top-down view to look at these cultivation methods, of course, there would be surprising results when using these cultivation methods. After setting up the restriction, Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands, very satisfied with her technique. She walked back to the hut proudly and took out 2 more primal stones. She sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the 6th level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. After midnight, the starlight from the entire sky shone down like silk, faintly emitting a fluorescent light. It was different from before. The quantity and quality of the starlight were also several grades higher. A spherical light screen tightly wrapped Zhang Xiaohua. Inside the light screen, Zhang Xiaohua was like a baby, calmly absorbing the endless starlight. The next morning, when the rooster crowed, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. A flame flashed in her eyes, and there was a bit more light. Zhang Xiaohua floated up. First, she practiced the Big Dipper fist several times in the courtyard. To her delight, she discovered that the Big Dipper fist had actually entered the 9th level. Every time she practiced the Big Dipper fist, the energy flow would appear once, tempering all the bones in her body. Only after she finished practicing the 9th time did the energy flow stop. Apart from her delight, Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. This Big Dipper fist was very strange. It was completely pieced together from the memories in her mind. The 9th level was also randomly set by her. Now that she had practiced to the 9th level, she did not know how to train from now on. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not worried. Left and right, it was just practicing. In the past, she practiced from the beginning to the end, but in the future, would she still practice from the back to the front? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. If she practiced from the back to the front, what would happen? However, she was used to practicing from the beginning to the end. It was not that simple to practice from the beginning to the end. Before she had time to think carefully, she heard a coughing sound from the small house. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think about the fist technique. She made a hand seal and removed the restriction around the small courtyard. As soon as he was done, he heard the door creak open, and a person walked out from inside. When Zhang Xiaohua turned around, wasn't it Miss Nie Qianyu? When Nie Qianyu saw Zhang Xiaohua standing there and seemingly doing something, she immediately became spirited and smiled. "Good morning, Big Brother Ren. Are you practicing martial arts?" "Miss Nie, why don't you call me Ren Xiaoya? I feel very awkward when I call you Big Brother Ren." Nie Qianyu repeatedly waved her hands. "Don't. Didn't you say last night that you could call me Big Brother Ren? I think it's pretty good this way." Zhang Xiaohua helplessly said, "Sigh, it's up to you. It's really up to you. By the way, why did Miss Nie wake up so early? Are you feeling better? Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "Didn't Big Brother Ren wake up even earlier? Isn't there a saying, dance at the sound of the chicken? Are you practicing martial arts?" Seeing that Nie Qianyu kept pressing him and did not even answer her question, she could only say, "I don't practice martial arts. I'm just used to waking up early." I don't have any farm work to do, so I'm walking around here to exercise my hands and feet. The young people in our village are already up and working in the fields. I'm not used to not working in the fields. You're just making things up. Nie Qianyu did not believe a single word Zhang Xiaohua said and only looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little uneasy under her gaze and could only ask, "How's Miss Nie's condition?" "I've recovered a long time ago. My fever went down in the second half of last night. I've slept for almost a day and a night. I didn't feel sleepy this morning. I thought I was already very early, but I didn't expect Big Brother Ren to be here." After Nie Qianyu finished speaking, she also slightly moved her hands and feet. Zhang Xiaohua felt very strange and asked, "Miss Nie's wrist is also very good? Has the swelling gone down?" "Yes, it also went down last night." "Ah!" Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, "Miss Nie is really a divine doctor. Just one decoction and the fever has gone down. Even the swelling on your wrist has gone down. It's really incredible." Pfft, Nie Qianyu laughed out loud. Her black eyes were filled with spring breeze as she said, "Big Brother Ren, you've overestimated me. That decoction only reduced the fever and only had a slight effect of removing blood stasis and reducing swelling. The reason why the swelling on my wrist went down so quickly was because I had already applied the ointment in advance. After a day of the ointment seeping into my wrist, I saw the effect last night." Zhang Xiaohua felt very embarrassed and asked casually, "Miss Nie's medical skills are so brilliant. I wonder if it's passed down in your family. I wonder if someone like me can learn it." Nie Qianyu rolled her eyes and said, "Of course my medical skills were passed down from my father. Medical skills are also passed down from generation to generation in my family. However, if Big Brother Ren escorts us home, I'm sure my father will consider this request carefully." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately interrupted. Looking at the unlatched door, she asked, "Why hasn't Little Orange woken up yet? She's an incompetent maid. How can a maid not serve the miss when she gets up?" Pfft, Nie Qianyu laughed out loud again and asked, "Could it be that Big Brother Ren has read too many novels? Although Little Orange is my maid, she grew up with me. We're like sisters. Why would I need her to serve me at all times? Moreover, Little Orange has been watching over me for a day and a night without any rest. Last night when she saw that my fever had subsided, she felt relieved and went to sleep." Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to talk to her anymore. She cupped her hands and said, "Miss Nie, please move around and breathe in some fresh air. I'll go back to my room and sleep again." Nie Qianyu said anxiously, "Hey, Big Brother Ren, even a hard-working farmer needs to sleep again?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Who doesn't eat dumplings during the New Year? It's rare for me to be free. Naturally, I have to make up for the lost sleep when working in the field." After that, she turned around and walked back to her room. Without looking back, she said, "Miss Nie, you'd better not go outside so as not to be seen by others." Nie Qianyu bit her lips and stamped her feet helplessly. The next 2 days were peaceful and quiet. Zhang Xiaohua and the others hid in the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua would go to the inn to get their daily meals. She did not allow the waiter or the innkeeper to take half a step into the small courtyard, afraid that they would leak out any information. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua also knew that even if those bad guys were from some big Jianghu sect, they wouldn't be able to search every house like the government. At most, they would go to inns and tea houses to inquire about information. However, for safety's sake, he still hid in the small house. However, even if he hid in the small house to meditate and comprehend the way of heaven and heart sutra, he still released his divine sense. With Zhang Xiaohua's current divine sense, his divine sense could already cover the entire town. From time to time, he could see many Jianghu people riding on horses on the main road. There were also some unknown people inquiring about the town. However, whether they were looking for Nie Qianyu or not, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be sure. There were also people inquiring about the inn Zhang Xiaohua stayed in. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that. He was immersed in the pleasure of comprehending the way of heaven, so how could he waste too much time on this? When the inquisitors saw that the inn didn't intend to enter and saw the innkeeper's lazy look, he became even more impatient. When he heard that there was a carriage in the yard behind, he stuck his head out to take a look. When he found out that it was a village boy driving the carriage, he didn't waste any more time and went to the next inn. However, his carelessness saved his life. Zhang Xiaohua was already prepared. If anyone came looking for him, as long as there were only a few people, he would kill them all. Therefore, he was quietly cultivating and waiting for someone to take the bait. Early this morning, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan outside and found that the unknown people from 2 days ago had disappeared. Therefore, he came to look for Nie Qianyu. Nie Qianyu's body was already fine. It was just that her wrist was fractured, which was inconvenient. She still needed to rest for a few more days. However, didn't she have Little Orange? She didn't feel any particular inconvenience. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the house, he didn't stand on ceremony and directly said, "Miss Nya, we've been hiding in this small town for 2 days. Come to think of it, those people who were chasing after you should have passed by now. I think it's better for us to set off now and find an escort agency as soon as possible so that we can find a bodyguard who can protect you. That's the most important thing." Nie Qianyu thought for a while and said, "It's about a 2-day journey from here. We should be in Tanha City. There should be a large-scale escort agency there. I wonder if it's convenient for Brother Ren." Chapter 357. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while. Fortunately, the place was on the map Ji Xiaohua gave him. It seemed that it was on the way. So he nodded and said, "Miss Nya, it's great that you know the way. Since it's on the way, I'll accompany you for a while." "It's on the way, Brother Ren. May I know where you're going?" Nie Qianyu asked in surprise. Little Orange's eyes flickered. "Where am I going?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said with a smile, "Sorry, I can't tell you." The 2 expectant ladies almost choked and rolled their eyes. Was it necessary? After all, they had gone through thick and thin together. Why couldn't he tell them such a small thing? However, the 2 of them seemed to have forgotten that they didn't even tell him where they were going. Well, maybe they had the rule of ladies first in their hearts, but the Guizhuang house was also Zhang Xiaohua's taboo. Unless it was a last resort, he would never say a word about it, especially when there were so many wolves following behind them. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua looking up at the white clouds in the sky, as if there were endless stories there, Nie Qianyu could only pout and ask Little Orange to pack up and get on the carriage. Fortunately, they didn't plan to stay here for a long time. Everything was in the shabby carriage, so it was easy to pack up. Not long after, they got on the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua went to the counter of the inn to settle the bill and tactfully tipped the waiter a few copper coins. He felt very awkward, but the innkeeper was very happy. Not to mention how much the tip was, this young man had booked an old courtyard and didn't even need the waiter to call him. If there was anything, he would come to the counter himself, which saved them a lot of trouble. They only met a few customers like this in a year, so when Zhang Xiaohua left, the innkeeper sent him off far away, almost wiping his tears with his sleeves. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know and thought that it was the reason for the tip. He praised the charm of the money and raised his vigilance, afraid that the innkeeper would find clues from the carriage. Actually, he was worrying too much. The shopkeeper had also been running the inn for many years. Although he was lazy to run the inn and treated people indifferently, he still had a pair of eyes, didn't he? How could they not see clearly? You have stayed in the small courtyard of the inn for many days. Even if they did not deliberately observe you, they would still have a rough idea. When Zhang Xiaohua often took 2 portions of food from the inn, he had long been labeled as eloping or running away from marriage. He was taken care of by the experienced innkeeper. This was also the main reason why they were not harassed by people who wanted to find out more information. Zhang Xiaohua did not release her divine sense, so of course, she could not see the ambiguous look in the shopkeeper's eyes. She drove the carriage slowly forward and was very satisfied with her performance in this town. Who said that people with no hair on their mouths couldn't do their jobs well? This young master has just entered the pugilistic world, and I've already played those bad guys in circles. On the road again, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. First of all, Nie Qianyu's wrist had not fully recovered and she was afraid that it would be damaged by the bumps. Second of all, there might be bad guys blocking the way ahead. Who would be stupid enough to rush forward? Third of all, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged in the carriage leisurely. It was a good time to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Cough, cough. Actually, the most important thing was that the shabby carriage Zhang Xiaohua bought could not go too fast at all. Along the way, she listened to the creaking sound of the small carriage. Every time there was a slightly bumpy road, she would feel her heart in her throat. She was afraid that the carriage would fall apart. Finally, Little Orange could not stand it anymore. She lifted the somewhat dirty curtain and asked, "Ren Xiaoyao, are you doing this on purpose?" Her question pulled Zhang Xiaohua back from her daydream. She was very puzzled and asked, "Little Orange, what's wrong? Why would I do that on purpose? Look at what kind of carriage this is. It might not be able to travel much in a day. When will we be able to go home? If you want to spend more time with us, just say the word. We see that you have worked hard and let you escort us for a while. What you are doing is unnecessary." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Little Orange, when I bought the carriage that day, didn't you agree? Why are you going back on your words now? It's really hard to be a good person." Nie Qianyu's soft voice sounded again, "Brother Ren is doing it for our own good. Little Orange, don't blame him. If he is not in a hurry, why should we be in a hurry?" But, Little Orange was a little annoyed and said, "He used our money to buy this junk." Pfft, Nie Qianyu laughed and said, "I was wondering what was going on. So you are worried about your own private money. Hee, I know you are a good wife who can take care of the family. You don't have to show off here. You. Miss, you, just, wait, I can't even say a word." Little Orange's words were spoken intermittently, and he couldn't hear them clearly. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua complained in her heart. There was a saying that, 3 women make a play. These 2 girls were also 500 ducks. They were not out of danger yet and they were already flirting with an innocent young man. Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything and reached out to pat Huanhuan's butt. Huanhuan seemed to have received an order and started to run quickly. There were 2 clangs from the carriage behind them and a slight cry of pain. Then there was the loud creaking sound of the carriage and it was quiet in the carriage. Even though Huanhuan ran fast, the carriage was still very slow. The 3 of them were starving for food and drink along the way. It was only when it was almost dark that they arrived at another town. They found an inn and settled down a little. Zhang Xiaohua went to inquire for information. According to the innkeeper's introduction, this place was still about a day and a half away from Tanha City. Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback, but he immediately understood that his carriage was too slow. It had only taken him half a day's journey the entire morning. The next day, they set off again. Zhang Xiaohua did not increase her speed and instead slowed down a little. This was because she knew that there was only one main road from Tanha City to the town where they were attacked. It should not be too difficult for the group of people who were chasing after Nie Qianyu to find the luxurious carriage that she abandoned. Of course, she could also imagine that Nie Qianyu would change to another carriage and they would definitely rush to Tanha City to look for clues. Of course, there were no clues there. Zhang Xiaohua was betting that the group of people would think that Nie Qianyu had been rescued by her family and took another road or had run out of their hunting range. But they did not expect that Nie Qianyu was still strolling slowly on the road to Tanha City. Besides, they were not the government, so of course they could not set up checkpoints to check one by one, right? Didn't the books often say, the most dangerous place is the safest place? Perhaps it was because of Zhang Xiaohua's intuition that almost nothing unusual happened for the rest of the day. In the afternoon, a group of people dressed in similar clothes to the people who were chasing after Nie Qianyu passed by in a hurry. The leader of the group only casually glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and his David's deer before immediately looking away and rushing straight ahead. When those people were far away, Nie Qianyu poked her head out. After looking for a while, she frowned. Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Are these people chasing after you?" Nie Qianyu shook her head blankly and said, "I don't know. Their clothes look similar, but there are many people in the Jianghu who wear similar clothes, so I can't be sure that it's them. Besides, to be honest, I don't know which immortal is chasing after us." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Even if you were killed, you would still be confused ghosts." Bah! Nie Qianyu spat and shrank back into the carriage. However, she immediately poked her head out again and asked curiously, "Brother Ren, didn't you say that you're an ordinary farmer in the countryside? Why aren't you afraid at all when encountering such a fierce man in the Jianghu?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, "Isn't that right? How could there be such a calm country man like me?" He touched his nose and said, "Didn't I tell you before? I've studied the three-character classic for a few months and I know the principle of might cannot be bent, wealth cannot be obscenities. You're just making things up." Nie Qianyu angrily retracted her head. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and felt that arguing with a girl seemed to be as interesting as understanding the way of heaven. Not long after, there was another town that he could rest in. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. Although it was still early, he stopped moving forward. Sleeping in the wilderness was something he had no choice but to do. It was better to be careful. He asked the locals and found out that this place was only half a day's journey away from Tanha City. He estimated that he would reach his destination tomorrow afternoon. What made Zhang Xiaohua the happiest was that according to the locals' introduction, there was a large-scale escort company in Tanha City called Fushan Escort Company. It was said that they were very powerful and could escort people as well as deliver items. Zhang Xiaohua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After sending them to the escort agency, his task would be completed. He had to go home as soon as possible. It was already winter. If he hurried, he might be able to go home for the new year. Thinking that his family could sit at the same table and have a reunion dinner, Zhang Xiaohua felt warm in his heart and wanted to go home as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke them up to hurry. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange looked unhappy, not knowing whether it was because they didn't sleep well or because Zhang Xiaohua wanted to leave them to the escort agency. They didn't meet any Jianghu people along the way. There were a few who were alone and had nothing to do with them. Also in the afternoon, they arrived at a slightly deserted area. While chatting with Zhang Xiaohua, they heard the sound of hurried horse hooves ahead. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw 5 men in neat clothes riding toward them. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly asked the two to hide in the carriage while he pretended to drive the carriage. Huan was still the same, pulling the shabby carriage to the middle. Zhang Xiaohua quickly asked it to return to the side of the road. The 5 men in neat clothes only looked up at Zhang Xiaohua and his shabby carriage and didn't care. When they were about to pass by, a man with very thick eyebrows suddenly shouted, "Hall master, please wait for a moment. There's something wrong with this carriage." Chapter 358. The 5 horses were running very fast and couldn't stop in time. They all rushed forward very far. Zhang Xiaohua heard someone talking and couldn't help but frown slightly. She continued to pretend that she didn't hear anything and patted the 4 odd beasts to continue forward. When the 5 people stopped their horses by the side of the road and saw Zhang Xiaohua's carriage leisurely moving forward without any hurry, they didn't rush to stop her. They heard the leader ask, "Jiang Heshu, are you talking about that shabby little carriage?" The thick-browed Jiang Heshu nodded and said, "Yes, Hall Master Cho. It is that carriage." Hall Master Cho stared at the carriage for a while and muttered, "There doesn't seem to be anything different. Could it be that you can see how many people are in the carriage?" Hall Master Cho must be joking. "This little one doesn't have X-ray eyes, so how can I see?" "Then it's like this, Hall Master Cho. This little one led my brothers to search for you yesterday and saw this carriage by the side of the road. At that time, this little one only gave it a slight glance and didn't pay it any attention. However, when I saw it again today, I found some clues." "Ah, you're quite attentive. As expected of someone I brought in from the outer hall. Tell me, Don't you think it makes sense? Hall Master Cho is wise. Look at this shabby carriage. It has long been broken. If it was a normal person, they would definitely have left it outside their house to rot, or simply used an axe to chop it up for firewood. However, this young man used a mule to pull his carriage and traveled for 2 days. Don't you think it's a little strange? When Hall Master Cho heard this, he frowned and said, "Little Jiang, what you said doesn't make any sense at all. The farmers in the countryside are all extremely poor. How could it be like what you said, where they would casually throw everything around and use everything to chop firewood? This young man used such an ugly mule to drive such a shabby carriage. It's really normal. There's nothing strange about it. But, Hall Master, he has traveled for 2 days. He should have tidied up this shabby carriage a little earlier. But look at the wheels of his carriage. They are already crooked and can't bear the burden. I estimate that they will fall apart in half a day. If he is seriously going to travel a long distance, how can he not fix it in advance?" This. Hall Master Cho seemed to be stumped by the question. He smiled and said, "To be honest, I really can't tell that the wheel is about to fall apart." "Little Jiang, how can you tell?" "This lowly one. When this lowly one was young, before I entered this hall, I was a coachman with a whip." Jiang Heshu said embarrassedly. When Zhang Xiaohua, who was eavesdropping in front of them, heard this, she almost fell off the carriage. Her luck was truly too terrible. When this carriage was bought, it had been left unused for a long time. Of course, it couldn't travel long distances. Furthermore, she didn't plan on using this shabby carriage to travel. She only wanted to use it to safely send Miss Nya to the escort agency. Then, she would wash her hands of it and let a professional take over. Great, they hadn't even reached Tonha City yet, but she had already met an expert. Hall Master Cho seemed to be a curious child who wanted to get to the bottom of things. He continued to say, "Little Jiang, you also know that before our sect appears in the Jianghu, everything must be done in a low-profile manner. I can't just disturb the people based on your simple deduction. Do you have any other evidence?" Zhang Xiaohua really despised this Hall Master Cho's way of doing things. What low profile? All he did was kill and rob, and he was recruiting people all over the streets. How could this not disturb the people? However, she also wanted to know where the flaw was, so she couldn't help but perk up her ears. Jiang Heshu continued, "Also, Hall Master Cho, your inner strength is profound. I'm sure you can hear how many people are in the carriage from beside it." Hall Master Cho nodded and said, "That shouldn't be difficult." "That's right. If it was the luxurious carriage that they found earlier, it would be fast and silent. You would be able to hear the breathing sounds in the carriage as soon as you passed by it. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to keep it a secret. Listen to this carriage, it makes creaking sounds along the way. Can you tell? They must be afraid that people would discover the number of people in the carriage, so they specially chose an old carriage." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was secretly happy. She didn't think that she was so smart. Why didn't she realize this before? She was even discovered by someone else. No wonder people often said, "A horse of 1,000 li is common, but a talent scout is hard to find." Hall Master Cho nodded slightly. Jiang Heshu continued, "Actually, Hall Master Cho, there's still the most important point." Hall Master Cho was a bit unhappy. After talking for so long, he was still keeping her in suspense. He didn't even mention the most important point. Seeing that Hall Master Cho was frowning, Jiang Heshu hurriedly said, "You also know that this little one was a coachman in the past. Look at his carriage, it seems like the cushion is already broken. When he moves, it's already shaking up and down. The shaking is still very big. This means that there's definitely something heavy in the carriage. Also, look at the mule in front. Oh, that doesn't seem to be a mule. This little one has used a mule to drive a carriage before. It seems to be a bit strenuous. Although a mule is slower than a horse, a mule can pull things. Since a mule is strenuous, there must be something heavy in this shabby little carriage. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but blush with shame. Of course, her sword was on the back of the David steer. How could it not be strenuous? The carriage that she had arranged had actually been seen through in 3 places. Sigh, she couldn't help but admit that she was still lacking in Jianghu experience. This expert didn't seem to have grown up eating anything. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's carriage was already some distance away from the 5 men. The 5 men were not in a hurry and were still eagerly studying the carriage from behind when they heard Hall Master Cho say with a laugh, "Little Jiang, your martial arts are weak and cannot convince the others, but I still appointed you as the team leader because I can see how meticulous you are and how you can think things through. Hee, not bad, you were actually able to see so many problems from this shabby carriage. This means that I did not misjudge you. If you can really find those 2 girls and complete the sect master's orders, I will definitely reward you handsomely." When Jiang Heshu heard this, he was overjoyed and repeatedly said modestly, "It's all because of Hall Master Cho's good fortune that this little one was able to see it." Hall Master Cho smiled and said, "However, after analyzing for so long, what if this youth is just a tenant farmer in the countryside who borrowed a shabby carriage from elsewhere to deliver grain to Tanha City? The grain is very heavy and the carriage is prepared to be repaired at Tanha City. Wouldn't your deductions all be for naught?" This. Jiang Heshu was speechless. Hall Master Cho said proudly, "You don't have any other ideas, right?" "Yes, Hall Master is wise. Perhaps this little one was wrong. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. I have a way to know if you're right or wrong." Jiang Heshu's face was filled with longing as he asked, "Hall Master, please teach me." "Ha ha 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 ha," Hall Master Cho laughed loudly and said, "All your deductions are nonsense. Stop him and let him open the carriage's curtains to take a look." After saying this, he urged his horse to chase after Jiang Heshu. At this moment, Hall Master Cho had tossed their gate master's order of not disturbing the people to the highest heavens. Seeing that Hall Master Cho was happy, Jiang Heshu was also overjoyed. He also patted his horse and followed behind, not forgetting to say with concern, "Hall Master is wise. This little one can't flatter you. However, Hall Master should still be careful. After all, Vice Hall Master Zhang is a good example." Seeing that Jiang Heshu was both flattering and showing concern for Hall Master Cho, the eyes of the other 3 also lit up. What a talent! No wonder he could climb from a coachman to a captain. He really wasn't bragging. That's right, the coachman was a youth. Even if he knew martial arts, how could he be Hall Master Cho's opponent? These words naturally made Hall Master Cho's heart warm up, feeling the warmth of spring. Presumably, even if there was nothing wrong with the carriage, Jiang Heshu would still be promoted later. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the sound of horse hooves behind them, she sighed inwardly. "You don't want to take the broad road, but you want to take the narrow wooden bridge instead." When the 5 of them caught up to the carriage, they heard Hall Master Cho shout, "You brat, stop the carriage." Then, the 5 of them surrounded the carriage and drew their swords from their waists. Obviously, even if they hadn't eaten pork, they would have seen a pig run. "We don't know how to flatter, so we should learn from him. Seeing that this youth is unarmed, we should also draw our swords and pretend to be loyal and devoted." Hall Master Cho was very satisfied with the performance of his subordinates. With a serious expression, he asked, "Young man, where is your carriage going? What's in the carriage?" Zhang Xiaohua trembled as he got down from the carriage. He cupped his hands and asked, "Are the 5 officials from Tanha City's garrison?" Hall Master Cho was stunned. He really didn't dare to rashly admit it, so he could only say, "We are not officials." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his expression relaxed. He said, "If the 5 of you are not officials, please step aside. This humble one has already reported to Tanha City's garrison. If there is anything, you should look for the city's garrison." After he finished speaking, he turned around and pretended to leave. When Jiang Heshu saw this, he raised his sword and shouted, "Brat, stand still. This lord is asking you a question." Zhang Xiaohua was so scared that he trembled. However, he still rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "Didn't this humble one say that this humble one's carriage was reported to the garrison? Since you are not soldiers, please step aside." In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua stopped the carriage, Hall Master Qiu had already carefully listened to the movements inside the carriage. His internal energy was profound, so he could barely hear the breathing of two people in the carriage. He already had some doubts in his heart. However, this young man kept saying that he was an official, so he was intimidated. However, if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he really couldn't be at ease. After thinking for a moment, he took out a large ingot of silver from his bosom and said, "Brat, if you answer my question, this is yours." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He immediately beamed with joy and said, "If you give it to me first, I will naturally answer." Hall Master Qiu sneered and threw the silver ingot to Zhang Xiaohua. He was in a hurry. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and secretly said, "Is he going to make a move now?" Chidian Chinese website welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and most popular series of works at Chidian Originals. Chapter 359. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw Hall Chief Qiu's interested gaze and couldn't help but smile in his heart. He was wearing a long robe and naturally wasn't afraid of any harm from the silver. He pretended that he didn't know martial arts and didn't know how to dodge. He only reached out to grab it. In the blink of an eye, the silver was in front of Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Just as it was about to hit his body, it suddenly curved and fell down, falling straight to the ground in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's hand naturally missed. He's also a hidden weapon expert. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be a little vigilant. He smiled as he picked up the silver from the ground and put it into his pocket. He said, "Didn't Sir just want to know what's in the carriage? That's the 200 caddies of rice that Captain Wu's brother-in-law ordered from our village last time. This little one borrowed a carriage to send it to the city. So it's like that." Jiang Heshu was clearly disappointed. Hall Chief Qiu asked again, "There's only rice in the carriage and nothing else. For example, is there anyone inside?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "How could there be anyone? Sir must be joking." Hall Chief Qiu's expression changed and said, "But when I passed by your carriage just now, I heard the voices of women inside." Zhang Xiaohua's expression also changed. He thought for a moment and gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, you have to keep this a secret for me. To be honest, there are two women in the carriage, but they are the lovers of Captain Wu and his brother-in-law. They met in our village and this time, they took this little one's carriage to Tanha City. This little one knows that Captain Wu and his brother-in-law are men who are afraid of their wives and don't want to get involved in this kind of business. However, they threatened this little one. If this little one didn't take the carriage, they wouldn't let this little one send grain into the city in the future. This little one is really wronged." Hearing the two people's heavy breathing in the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. Although Zhang Xiaohua's acting was quite convincing, Hall Master Qiu didn't seem to have any intention of letting her go. He only smiled and said, "This one has met Tanha City's Captain Wu once and I know his preferences. How about this little brother let this one take a look at his lover's appearance? In the future, this one will be able to imitate her and suit his tastes. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua had a troubled look on her face as she said, "How can this do? That's inappropriate." As he spoke, he unconsciously rubbed his fingers together. Hall Master Qiu smiled. She fished out another ingot of silver and tossed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua casually caught it and said with a smile, "Since they're Captain Wu's friends, it's only natural for us to meet them. Hee, wait a moment, this little one will have them come down now." With that, he turned around and walked back to the carriage. Standing beside Huan, he pulled open the curtain of the carriage and said with a smile, "Everyone, please take a look." When Hall Master Qiu saw Nie Qianyu and Little Orange, who had already changed into village girl's attire, his smile froze on his face as he shouted, It's the two of them. Men, capture them." On the other hand, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were nervous and their faces were red. They didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to really pull open the curtain of the carriage. When they saw the 5 people holding swords, they became afraid. Before Hall Master Chou's voice fell, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Hall Master Chou, I've already answered your question. I've also let you see them. The silver is mine now." Then, she casually picked up the sword on Huan's back and said sinisterly, "However, you blocked my path and actually saw through my weakness. What face do you have left? You've embarrassed me in front of this little girl. This is a big problem. Come. Eat my sword first, then we'll talk about other things." With that, she exerted a little force with her right leg and executed the levitation technique. She leaped high into the air, half a body taller than Hall Master Chou, who was riding on the horse. Then, she raised her sword high and slashed at Hall Master Chou. When Hall Master Chou saw Zhang Xiaohua's qinggong, he was shocked. However, when he saw the flaws in Zhang Xiaohua's swordsmanship, disdain appeared in his heart. A treasured sword is for stabbing, not for slashing. Then, he casually raised his sword to block. But the moment the 2 swords came into contact, a weight as heavy as Mount Tai came from the sword. Hall Master Chou immediately took a deep breath and forcefully circulated his internal energy, wanting to withstand the weight. Unfortunately, how could he withstand the weight of 10,000 kilograms? With a crack, the treasured sword in his hand broke into 2. Zhang Xiaohua's sword did not lose its momentum and smashed directly on Hall Master Chou's shoulder. Then, with a pu sound, his shoulder was smashed into a bloody mess and half of his chest collapsed. At the same time, the horse under him also let out a mournful neigh and collapsed to the ground. Then, Zhang Xiaohua lightly tapped the horse's head with her sword. The horse immediately fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Zhang Xiaohua's sword strike was so powerful that it left everyone present dumbfounded. Yes, Nye Qianyu and Little Orange were first embarrassed and angry, then scared. Then, they saw the ordinary-looking young man who had been with them for a few days fly up high like a god and slap a person who was skilled in martial arts to death on the back of a horse. That strength was so strong that the horse was forced to kneel. Was he still human? In that instant, the 2 of them had the same thought in their minds, mutant. Then, under the watchful eyes of Nye Qianyu and Little Orange, Zhang Xiaohua did not hold back. The moment she landed, she tapped her foot and flew towards another man. The tip of her sword was pointed at that man's chest. That man did not know what to do and was about to dodge. However, Zhang Xiaohua's qinggong was so amazing that before that man could think, her sword had already pointed at his chest. With just a light tap, that man's chest caved in. That man vomited blood and fell off the horse. Zhang Xiaohua kicked the horse he was on and used the momentum to shoot towards another man like an arrow. That horse, however, fell to the ground and could not get up. In just a short while, the 5 living martial arts masters and their horses were all lying on the road. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right, then put the long sword back on Huan's back. He easily cleaned up the mess on the road and threw them far away into the forest by the side of the road. Only then did he clap his hands and return to the side of the carriage. At this time, Nye Qianyu and Little Orange were completely petrified. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was both familiar and strange at the same time. Their eyes were burning with a trace of fear. It seemed that they wanted to say something, but they did not wake up from the bloody scene just now. Zhang Xiaohua ignored them. She put down the curtain and sat cross-legged on the carriage. She patted Huan's butt and Huan ran happily on the road again. Nye Qianyu and Little Orange heard Zhang Xiaohua muttering to herself, "Is this carriage really so shabby? It can only run for half a day. If I had known, I would have kept that guy alive and repaired the carriage for me. Then I would have killed him." Clang! The 2 of them flipped over the carriage and did not know what to say. Fortunately, this place was very close to Tanhe City, and the road was much smoother. Zhang Xiaohua finally arrived at Tanhe City before sunset, and half a day before the carriage's lifespan was up. This was a city bigger than Pingyang City. One could see the prosperity of this city from the bustling crowd. Zhang Xiaohua drove the shabby carriage and entered Tanhe City from the middle of the city gate, as if she did not have the consciousness of a poor person. She did not know if it was the negligence of the city guards or because there were too many people entering and leaving the city as it was getting dark, so they did not find trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. Since she had entered the city, Zhang Xiaohua felt more at ease. Although Nie Qianyu's opponents were people from the martial arts world, they could not be compared to the officials. The city was full of officials and they had to be wary of them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did not deliberately look for a remote inn. She only looked for a few random ones, but none of them were satisfactory. She had no choice but to continue driving the shabby carriage forward. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were puzzled. There were obviously a few inns with empty courtyards for them to stay in. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and walked away. However, Zhang Xiaohua had given them too much of a shock. Not only did they not dare to talk to Zhang Xiaohua along the way, they were still afraid of her even now. However, in the end, Nie Qianyu could not help but ask, "Hero Ren, the inns just now obviously had courtyards. Why didn't you stay there?" Zhang Xiaohua looked back at her and said faintly, "I still have 3 coins left from the money Little Orange gave me. However, the cheapest inns just now cost at least 5 coins. How can I stay there if I don't have enough money? Why don't we stay in the guest room?" Nie Qianyu frowned and said, "Hero Ren, the hall leader seemed to have given you 2 ingots of silver. It should be dozens of taels. How can you say that it's not enough?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Miss Nie, you are wrong. Those 2 ingots of silver were for me, not for you. I helped you find an inn, so you should be the one paying the bill." "You?" Nie Qianyu did not know how to answer this young man who was ridiculously skilled in martial arts but who was so clear about the difference between money and money. Little Orange, who was behind them, said softly, "Stingy." After that, she rummaged inside and then threw out an emerald green pouch. She said, "This is Miss Nie's pouch. There is some gold in it. You can spend it however you like." If it was a few days ago, she would have said, "Keep the rest for yourself." But today, she did not dare to say this sentence out loud. She could only secretly whisper it in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua took the pouch and opened it. He said with a smile, "Miss Nie, you are so stingy. You should have taken it out earlier. You even made me go to so many places." Then he put it in his arms naturally. With the silver, it was easy to do things. He did not need to search further. He just found a slightly cleaner inn and stayed there. This night was a little lonely. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange did not dare to joke with Zhang Xiaohua like before and ask him to do this and that. Zhang Xiaohua was also dutiful. He still did not let the waiter enter the courtyard. He only brought in the food and other things, which made them feel a little relieved. After settling the 2 girls down, Zhang Xiaohua closed the door and sat in the pitch-black room to meditate and cultivate. In the small room next to him, the 2 little girls could not help but whisper in a low voice. Chapter 360. There was no light in the hut. It was pitch dark, and there was no other sound except for the unnatural breathing of the 2 people. After a long time, Little Orange finally could not help but ask, "Miss, are you asleep?" "No." Nie Qianyu answered firmly, "How can I sleep?" "Me too, Mississippi. I can see Ren. Hero Ren killing people as soon as I close my eyes. Sigh, a few days ago, that group of people killed 8 bodyguards in front of our eyes, and those people were killed by an unknown senior. Such a bloody scene was not as shocking as Hero Ren killing people today. Not to mention you, even I, even though I was prepared, was caught off guard. I really did not expect him to be so strong." Nie Qianyu's voice was getting lower and lower. Little Orange sighed and said, "Miss, you have sharp eyes and can see the true face of this guy. I was deceived by him and even ordered him to do some servant's work. I don't know if he remembers it or not." "Bah," Nie Qianyu could not help but spit and said, "You want him to remember, but he also has to be patient. If he is not willing to do it, even if you talk until your mouth is broken, he may not do it. Then, she murmured, Little Orange, do you think we have some fate with him? Fate? Little Orange was a little panicked and said, Miss, don't talk nonsense about fate. You see, we just saved a heroine, and after a delay, we met him a few days later. The crazy words you said were all heard by him, do you still remember? He even waved at us, and then asked about us, the David's deer. If he asked about other things, I can't guarantee, but if he asked where the David's deer is, I think in this world, maybe only our Rejuvenation Valley has it. Although the question he asked was very simple, it could be considered as a good karma. That's right, Little Orange. Don't you think that his appearance that morning was very sudden? He seems to be related to the senior who saved us the day before. Maybe he was sent by that senior to protect us. Pfft. Little Orange laughed, and the atmosphere in the room became lively. She said, Miss, you're not telling me a story from a novel, are you? If he was the disciple of that senior, he would have appeared the night before. Moreover, he would have directly escorted us back to the villa. Why would he be like him, refusing to send us back with so many excuses? Well, that's true. Besides, I didn't see any white-bearded or white-haired old man beside him that day. Then, the room fell into silence again. After a while, Nye Qianyu hesitated and said, Little Orange, do you think he will really throw us into the escort agency and send us away with a few bodyguards or armed escorts? Miss, I think. In the dark, Little Orange was also very hesitant. He said, I think it's very possible. But, doesn't he have any sense of chivalry? We are both poor and weak girls. Can't he just help us a little and send us home? Little Orange was silent for a while and did not say anything. Nye Qianyu was a little anxious. She said, Little Orange, are you asleep? No, Mississippi. I can't sleep now, just like you. Then why don't you answer my question? Alas, miss, do you feel that your mind is in a mess right now? You can only imagine him holding a long sword in his hand, leaping up from the ground, like a hero stepping on a colorful cloud, descending from the sky. A long sword that can cut through any evil, without hesitation, slashing at the heinous devil in front of him. That sword that you have never seen before, as if once slashing down, you will be protected by him, and you will never be afraid of the troubles of the world. Ah! Nye Qianyu exclaimed in a low voice. She said, Little Orange, how do you know? Little Orange sighed deeply and didn't answer her question. Instead, she asked, Miss, we've never met him before. First, he helped us pull our carriage back from the wilderness and took care of us for several days. Then, in the afternoon, he killed a few people who wanted to steal the treasure right in front of us. Judging by the way those people acted, their status should be even higher than the bad guy who attacked us the first time. To be honest, we owe him more than the senior who used the flying sword. You're constantly thanking the senior who you've never met, yet you're blaming this person who just saved our lives. Do you think this is still the calm and decisive Miss Nye who's always been so calm and decisive? Well. Nye Qianyu was speechless. After a while, she said, Little Orange, you usually don't know anything. I have to teach you everything. How come you suddenly know so much? Miss, it's nothing. I am just a few years older than you. What do you mean? Nye Qianyu was very confused. Alas! Little Orange sighed again. It seemed that he had sighed more tonight than he had in the past 14 years. After a while, perhaps young Miss will know for herself. Really? Nye Qianyu was a little confused. However, Nye Qianyu immediately asked, Then, what do you think we should do now? Little Orange's worried face could not be seen in the dark. He only said, Miss, I am just like you. My heart is in a mess. Don't ask me. Then, Nye Qianyu asked tentatively, Little Orange, do you think I should tell him about our situation? Please don't, Miss, Xiao Juzi immediately stopped her. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. He doesn't know that we have treasures on us now. Once he knows the value of the treasures, he might come up with new ideas. He might even be more vicious than the people who tried to kill us. If he wants to take the treasures, he can kill us both as easily as killing chickens. Ah! No way, Little Orange, he doesn't look like that kind of person. I feel safe when I see him. Little Orange said in a trembling voice, it's better not to tell him. The more he said, the weaker his voice became. Ouch! Nie Qianyu suddenly thought of something and said, oh right, when you took the box from the bad guy, was he also there? Or did you take it before he came? Hearing Nie Qianyu's question, Little Orange's face suddenly became hot. His heart was beating fast. He said carefully, no, I took it before he came. Oh, that's good, that's good. Nie Qianyu seemed to be patting her chest with her left hand. She smiled and said, since he didn't see it, I didn't lie to him. He won't ask anyway, right? Yes. Little Orange answered vaguely. It was already late at night. There was no moonlight outside the window. It was dark outside. It was a good time to sleep. However, the sound of tossing and turning could be heard in the dark room. It was the same sleepless night. It was the same aftertaste. The only difference was their mood. That tall and thin figure with superhuman abilities. That long sword in his hand was shining brightly, cleansing the world of filth. He was right in front of me, showing off his power. Although his eyes were a little small, they were bright. His nose was a little flat, but it looked good. His ears were a little small, but they were pleasing to the eye. His face looked young, but he had a mature aura. Every word he said had the charm of a game. Could it be that he flew here on a 7-colored cloud? He is my hero. In the room next door, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that his image in the hearts of the two girls was becoming more and more perfect. He just closed his eyes and meditated, slowly understanding the endless way of heaven. Only when it was close to midnight did he take out the primeval stones from his bosom and began to circulate the Carefree Heart Sutra to cultivate the Heart Sutra. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua had just practiced the Fist of the North Star 9 times. He wanted to understand the 108 moves and see if he could perform them in reverse. However, he heard footsteps behind him. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly as he stood in the middle of the courtyard. The door opened with a creaking sound. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange walked out with dark circles under their eyes. Their eyes were bloodshot. They looked dispirited. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and asked with a smile, Miss Nie, why are you so tired? Did you not sleep well last night? Why is Little Orange like this too? Looking at the ordinary smiling face that had appeared countless times in her dreams last night, Nie Qianyu suddenly didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Little Orange held her young lady's arm and said, Sigh, the sudden change of environment is very uncomfortable. At night, I have nightmares. A cat is catching a mouse. The mouse keeps swaying in front of me, but I can't get caught by the cat. Don't you think so? Mississippi, oh, that's right. That cat is so stupid. Zhang Xiaohua pinched his nose and said with a smile, so you two actually had the same dream. What a deep relationship between master and servant. Seeing that the two girls were a little embarrassed, Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic and said, please wait a moment. I'll go to the front of the inn to get some food. You two can eat first. I'll go to the city to see if the Fushan escort agency is interested in this escort. Ren. Hero Ren, you really can't escort us. Nie Qianyu still didn't give up and looked at him expectantly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and turned to leave the courtyard. Not long after, he brought the food into the room. Zhang Xiaohua asked, by the way, Miss Nie, where are you going? Nie Qianyu thought for a while and said, Rejuvenation Valley. Then, she carefully observed Zhang Xiaohua's reaction. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's reaction disappointed her. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Miss Nie, Rejuvenation Valley is the valley where your house is, right? You have to tell me where it is. Otherwise, how am I going to tell the escort agency? Chapter 361. Carefree City. Nye Qianyu had no choice but to name the place. Then, he said, "Hero Ren, I've never told you the name and location of our villa because I have my own difficulties. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me." Eh? Zhang Xiaohua felt strange and asked, "Miss Nye, why do you think I'm unhappy? I haven't told you where I'm going either. Everyone has their own privacy. I don't have the time to meddle in other people's business. Besides, we're going to part ways soon. What can I do even if I'm angry with you?" Nye Qianyu's face turned pale and tears welled up in her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua felt strange about Nye Qianyu's reaction. However, he had no time to coax her. He turned around and walked out of the house. But when he stepped out of the house, he paused for a moment. He said, "Miss Nye, you called me Hero Ren. Hero Ren, I feel very awkward. If possible, let's call me Hero Ren. What do you think?" "Well, okay. Nye Qianyu nodded like a chick pecking rice and said, "I'll listen to you, Hero Ren, no, Brother Ren." Her face, which had been gloomy just now, immediately turned sunny. She smiled through her tears. Xiao Orange, who was beside her, looked very unnatural. Fushan Escort Agency was some distance away from the inn. Zhang Xiaohua did not ride the David's deer. He just strolled around casually and checked if there were any Jianghu people who looked strange. Tanha City was a very big town, not inferior to Pingyang City in any way. There were many people coming and going in the city, and there were also people of the pugilistic world who held swords and sabers. However, they seemed to be in a hurry and did not look around. They were probably not Nye Qianyu's enemies. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. He walked slowly because he wanted to draw their attention to the road ahead. It seemed that this method was working. In fact, he killed those people yesterday to warn them and let them see his strength. If they knew what was good for them, they might give up the search for Nye Qianyu. Of course, this situation was almost negligible. The second purpose was to confuse them and make them think that Nye Qianyu had turned back from the original path to look for help. In this way, Nye Qianyu and Xiao Orange would be escorted to Carefree City by the bodyguards of the escort agency. The risk would be reduced. In fact, man proposes, God disposes. Zhang Xiaohua was just doing his best. If nothing happened to him, it would not be difficult to send the two of them to Rejuvenation Valley. Fushan Escort Agency's entrance was huge, more than twice the size of Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City. One look and one could tell that it was the kind that was more powerful. Two stone-carved lions stepped on embroidered balls and glared fiercely. However, the entrance of the escort agency was wide open. There were merchants coming and going from time to time, but there were no guards at the entrance. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little strange. Could it be that the rules of Tanha City were different from those of Pingyang City? She remembered that the guards of Lotus Escort Agency were guarding the entrance when the door was opened. Firstly, they could greet the guests, and secondly, they could show the strength of the escort agency. Did Fushan Escort Agency not need this? Following a few people into the escort agency, Zhang Xiaohua took a look. The layout was exactly the same as that of Lotus Escort Agency. In front of her was an incomparably huge public square. In the corner were weapons, stone locks and other objects. Early in the morning, there were also a few men practicing martial arts diligently. Seeing this familiar scene, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Although the days of recuperation at Lotus Escort Agency were dull and painful, they were also unusually heartwarming. Then, Zhang Xiaohua familiarly walked towards a large hall on the right side of the entrance. In her impression, that was the place where Lotus Escort Agency received business. In fact, there was no need to ask further. There were already a few people in front of her walking in that direction. Turning around a projector wall, before Zhang Xiaohua could get close, she heard an anxious and loud voice saying, "Chief Escort Lu, you must make a decision for me. You have already agreed to the conditions earlier. Why did you suddenly change it today?" If this batch of goods of mine can't be escorted to Swallow Creek Town in time, I will lose a lot of money. Another loud and clear voice sounded, "Shopkeeper Mo, it's not that I don't want to help you. We have been doing business for more than 10 years. If it weren't for the special circumstances, how could I not do business with you? Our escort agency had already issued a notice 3 days ago. Fushan Escort Agency will temporarily stop doing business in the direction of Vow City." "Shopkeeper Mo, did you not notice?" "Oh, that's right. I have been preparing my goods these past few days. How could I have the leisure to consider other things? Besides, your esteemed escort agency has never delayed my matters. I simply didn't think that there would be a problem at your most reliable link. My apologies, my apologies. Shopkeeper Mo, you should think of another way first. After this period of time, I will pay you a visit to apologize." "Forget it, let's not talk about apologizing. I'll hurry and find a few guards who know how to fight. Let's send my goods over first before we talk about anything else." "Oh, that's right. Chief Escort Liu, what exactly happened that made your esteemed escort agency make such a decision? Did something happen on the way to Vow City?" Shopkeeper Mo, don't ask so much about this matter. These are all matters of the Jianghu. It's not good for you to know too much. In any case, I don't think anything will happen if you ask the guards to deliver your goods. You should hurry up and do what you need to do." When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall, a short and fat old man with white hair and beard was panting as he ran out of the hall. As he walked, he said, "All right, Chief Escort Liu. If something like this happens in the future, please inform me as soon as possible." Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that there were many people in the hall. Just then, a hale and hearty old man with a red face replied in a loud and clear voice, "All right, Shopkeeper Mo. This Liu will remember." At this moment, another person beside him asked, "Chief Escort Liu, it's fine if you don't escort Shopkeeper Mo's goods. But my daughter just wants to go to Vow City to spend the new year with her aunt. She's a living person, so I don't feel comfortable asking her to be a guard. Can't you assign 2 bodyguards?" Chief Escort Liu looked at him and said with a wry smile, "Scholarly, you are also a scholar. This humble one has made it very clear in the notice. Not only goods, but even if you want to protect people, our escort agency won't accept them. Especially women. We won't send anyone." "How preposterous! Which escort agency in the world has such rules?" Scholarly turned around and left in a huff. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Her brows were already furrowed. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? She wanted Fushan Escort Agency to escort Nye Qianyu and Little Orange to Vow City. Oh, Fushan Escort Agency issued a notice saying that they wouldn't accept any goods or people in the direction of Vow City. Needless to say, this must be the good deed of those people who were after Nye Qianyu. What kind of treasure was in that brocade box in Nye Qianyu's hand? Why did they put in so much effort? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel curious. At this moment, another one-eyed man asked in a low voice, "Chief Escort Liu, the notice also seems to state that all red goods entrusted to your escort agency must be inspected first. Is this true?" Chief Escort Liu nodded solemnly and said, "I know this is against the rules of the escort agency, but this humble one really has some difficulties that I can't disclose. Please understand. Also, I'm sure everyone knows that the other 2 escort agencies have issued similar notices. Therefore, if everyone can't agree with these rules of our escort agency, then please find someone else. If you are willing to be escorted by our escort agency, then please follow the notice." The one-eyed man said, "My item isn't going to Vow City, so there's no need to inspect it." Chief Escort Liu replied, "I'm sorry, if it's not going to Vow City, Fushan Escort Agency can naturally escort it, but it must be inspected. Even if we are escorting people, we still have to see their faces first." "Oh, Chief Escort Liu, now that you mention it, I really do remember. Other than the East City Gate, which is the same as usual, the other 3 city gates seem to be..." A few others also shouted, "Yes, now that you mention it, I really do remember." It seems like 3 days ago, there were a few Jianghu people with swords and sabers guarding outside the city gates. It's been a few days now, and I thought it was strange at that time. That's right, Chief Escort Liu, what's going on? Did something happen? Chief Escort Liu stroked his beard and said with a smile, "It's nothing. I dare to guarantee with my life that even if something happens, it has nothing to do with you. The notice from Fu Shun Escort Agency is probably only temporary, and it will return to normal in a few days. If you're not in a hurry, you can come back in a few days to take a look, and perhaps you can escort it according to your wishes." Chief Escort Liu cupped his hands in salute and walked out of the hall. Those who were not in a hurry, or those who were really unwilling to be inspected by the escort agency, such as the one-eyed man, left first. Only a few bodyguards who were in a hurry and could accept the harsh conditions stayed behind to be taken care of by the other escorts. What about Zhang Xiaohua? The bodyguard he wanted Fu Shun Escort Agency to protect was precisely the one they wanted to inspect, so he naturally followed the others out. However, as he walked, he released his divine sense to follow Chief Escort Liu. Chief Escort Liu exited the main hall and walked towards the backyard. After passing through several courtyards, he arrived at an elegant room. A scholarly middle-aged scholar was tasting food in the room. When he saw Chief Escort Liu return, he stood up with a smile and went up to greet him. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and walked to the side of a screen wall. With a twist of her body, she immediately disappeared. When she reappeared, she was outside the elegant room. Zhang Xiaohua poked her head out to look around. She exerted force with her legs, and her body floated up like cotton wool and landed on the elegant room. She pricked up her ears and began to eavesdrop. Chapter 362. The scribe said, "Chief Escort Liu, we will have to trouble you. However, this is only a temporary measure and will be rescinded in a few days. We will be responsible for all the losses of your escort agency." Chief Escort Liu cupped his hands and said, "Commander Zhou is too polite. Elder Shi of your esteemed sect is my savior. If I don't help out with such a small matter, wouldn't I be worse than a pig or a dog? Don't mention this compensation again." However, Commander Zhou disagreed and said, "Chief Escort Liu, you're wrong. Your friendship with Elder Shi is one thing, but we're already very happy that you're willing to help us with this big favor for Elder Shi's sake. This will delay the escort agency's business, but it's a matter of official business. We can't let private matters affect official business. Moreover, this is also my sect leader's intention, so please don't decline. Otherwise, when I return to the sect, how will I explain this to Elder Shi? I can't let Elder Shi laugh at me for taking advantage of others because of him." "Ha ha ha," Chief Escort Liu laughed loudly and said, "If that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you for your sect master's kindness." Commander Zhou also laughed and said, "Likewise. I still have to thank Chief Escort Liu for your kindness." The two drank tea for a while, then Chief Escort Liu asked, "Commander Zhou, it's already the 4th day, and we still haven't seen the person or thing you mentioned. I presume they're no longer in Tanha City." Perhaps. Some of the sect's brothers have already followed the path down, but there hasn't been any news back yet. Hall Master Chiu also returned to the sect yesterday to report the completion of the mission. Looking at the situation along the way, there's an 80 to 90% chance that they've already been picked up by their experts. Chief Escort Liu asked with interest, "Commander Zhou, what are you looking for, and who are you looking for? Can you tell me a little?" Commander Zhou laughed and said, "This isn't Chief Escort Liu's style. You haven't asked me about it for 3 days, so why are you asking again today? Aren't you making things difficult for me?" Chief Escort Liu chuckled and said, "Aren't people always curious? Ah, curiosity killed the cat. Chief Escort Liu, it's better if you don't know what you shouldn't know. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but it'll really kill you if I tell you." "Ah." Chief Escort Liu was dumbfounded. He quickly said, "Then it's better if Commander Zhou doesn't say anything." Then, he changed the topic and talked about something else. Zhang Xiaohua was bored and was about to leave when she heard Chief Escort Lu ask again, "How is Elder Shi doing in your sect? I haven't seen him for many years. How did he join your esteemed sect?" "That's right, your sect doesn't seem to have a great reputation. I've been in Jianghu for most of my life, so why? Why haven't I heard of it?" Hee, Chief Escort Lu laughed and said, "That's right, I really haven't heard of it. However, since Elder Shi was able to join your sect, you must be from a prestigious sect, right?" "A prestigious sect?" Commander Zhou sneered and said, "How can a prestigious sect be compared to us? I'm not afraid to tell you that if it weren't for Elder Shi's personal relationship with the sect leader, with Elder Shi's skills, he might not have been able to occupy the position of the last elder in our sect." "Ah!" Chief Escort Lu was shocked. He had always thought that his savior was an important figure in this sect, so he had been neglectful in front of this scholar a few days ago. Now that he knew that the person he thought was his backer might not even be in his eyes, the expression on his face immediately became more respectful. "Then your esteemed sect?" Chief Escort Lu seemed to want to ask something more. Zhang Xiaohua also pricked up her ears outside, wanting to know what kind of powerful sect this was. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly curled up her body and heard a person running in hurriedly. He first cupped his hands in salute to Chief Escort Lu, then moved closer to Commander Zhou's ear and whispered a few words. Commander Zhou's expression changed drastically. He stood up from his chair with a bang and shouted in disbelief, "What did you say? Hall Master Qiu and his party of 5 were killed at the outskirts of the East Gate?" This Commander Zhou's ability to remain calm was actually worse than the person who reported the news. Chief Escort Lu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. How could such an uncultured scholar be a commander? However, Chief Escort Lu underestimated him too much. Chief Escort Lu and the person who reported the news didn't know the extent of Hall Master Qiu's martial arts. Even if they knew that his martial arts were superb, they wouldn't know to what extent. Commander Zhou, on the other hand, knew Hall Master Qiu's background like the back of his hand. He deeply knew that Hall Master Qiu was a capable subordinate that his sect master had secretly nurtured. Although his martial arts were superb, he had never made a name for himself in the Jianghu. If he were in the Jianghu, he would definitely be the kind that could cause huge waves. His reputation might not be any worse than the current Righteous Alliance's deputy alliance masters who were currently flourishing. And yet, such a formidable figure had actually been beaten to a pulp at the outskirts of Tanha City's East Gate. He couldn't be more dead. 5 people had actually died in the same way. Not a single one of them had escaped. Even the 5 horses had been kicked to death. This was simply something that he had never dreamt of. Where did Rejuvenation Valley find such a formidable helper? After hearing such shocking news, how could he still sit there calmly? Naturally, his previous self-restraint had long been tossed beyond the highest heavens. Commander Zhou couldn't be bothered to look at the 2 people's astonished gazes. He then slapped his head and said, I've fallen for the enemy's diversionary tactic. Chief Escort Lu, this one needs to personally make a trip. Farewell, farewell." Then, he turned to the messenger and said, "You, hurry and inform the brothers in the city to assemble fully armed at the East Gate. Release a carrier pigeon and inform the brothers who went south to send a portion of them over. Tell them that Rejuvenation Valley's men are hiding in Tanha City and have now turned back. Ask them to hurry and provide support. Oh right, also inform Sect Master to send an elder-level expert over. We'll attack them from the front and back. Let's see where they can escape." When he finished speaking, he hurriedly left with the messenger. Chief Escort Lu followed him out of the elegant room, muttering as he walked, "How did we get into a conflict with Rejuvenation Valley? Really? I was wondering why we didn't send the bodyguard to Macho City. I forgot to ask him if that notice has been withdrawn." Then, he shook his head and said, "It's better not to withdraw it yet. When immortals fight, don't involve mortals. Someone will compensate me for my losses anyway. What's the hurry?" Zhang Xiaohua was lying on the roof of the elegant room. When she heard these words, she was so angry that she almost released a flying sword from the roof to hack this guy to death. Nonsense, you're not in a hurry, but I am. When Chief Escort Lu left, Zhang Xiaohua also floated down from the roof and disappeared with a twist of her body. She only emerged from the ground after she had used Earth escape to a secluded place. She was filled with regret. What was all this? The escort agency didn't have any bodyguards. How was she going to get rid of this burden? But now wasn't the time to get rid of this burden. Commander Zhou had fallen for her diversion tactic and had mobilized all the men in the city to the main road at the east gate. When she thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head and wag her tail. Her quick-witted idea at that time had actually been seen as a well-thought-out stratagem. How could she not feel proud? Right now, the most important thing for Nye Qianyu and Little Orange was to leave Tanha City first. Of course, they didn't have to consider the east and south gates. They could only leave through the west and north gates first. Moreover, they'd heard from Commander Zhou just now that the brothers in the city probably included the men guarding the 3 city gates. If they didn't leave now, when Commander Zhou reacted and sent people to guard the gates, they would certainly be able to kill them. However, wouldn't that be beating the grass and alerting the snake? How could she do this kind of work that didn't require any skill? After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly inquired about the address of the carriage company and found a shop nearby. Without bargaining, she found a medium-sized carriage and a good horse and bought them together. Fortunately, Nye Qianyu had just given her a small purse. Otherwise, our hero Zhang would have to pay for it himself. Zhang Xiaohua drove the carriage back to the small courtyard of the inn. Nye Qianyu and Little Orange looked at each other with bitter faces. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua driving the carriage back, their faces immediately changed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain and said, "Hurry up and pack your things. Move everything in the small carriage to the new carriage. I'll give you the time to drink a cup of tea." After saying that, she didn't look at the two's faces and hurriedly went to the inn to find the shopkeeper to settle the bill. When she came back after settling the bill, Little Orange had already packed everything and was standing in front of the carriage waiting for her. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked, "Where's Miss Nye?" Little Orange looked at the carriage and said, "There, she's in the carriage." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, She ran quite fast. What about you? Why don't you get in the carriage?" Looking at the martial arts master in front of her who she used to think was a country bumpkin, Little Orange was speechless and only said, You really don't intend to send us off?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Yes, I really don't intend to send you off. Hurry up and get in the carriage." Little Orange bit her lips and bowed to him. She said, "Then, I'll thank you on behalf of Miss Nye for saving our lives. The world is big and the world is full of vicissitudes. I don't know when we'll meet again. Brother Ren, I hope you." Hearing Little Orange's words, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. He only kept a straight face and interrupted her and said, "Okay, I know. Hurry up and get in the carriage." Little Orange's unfinished words were choked back by Zhang Xiaohua. She had no choice but to get into the carriage, put down the curtain and stop talking. Zhang Xiaohua led Huan over from the side and patted its head, indicating for it to follow the carriage. She jumped into the carriage and drove towards the west gate without saying anything. She didn't say anything along the way. When they got close to the west gate, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly released her divine sense. As expected, she didn't see any Jianghu people holding swords outside the city. Only then did she feel relieved and leisurely drove the carriage out of the city. But what about after leaving the city? Zhang Xiaohua muttered in her heart. If she didn't find any bodyguards, who would send these two to Carefree City? Chapter 363. The carriage gradually moved forward. A black horse was pulling the carriage, and the bell on its neck jingled. The sound was exceptionally crisp on the road. Nye Qianyu and Little Orange, who were in the carriage, were in a bad mood. They didn't say anything and were too lazy to pay attention to everything outside the carriage. They knew that after a while, The young man who was holding a long sword and leaping into the air would ride his David's deer and part ways with them. In this vast sea of people, they didn't know when they would meet again. They even faintly felt that this mysterious young man might not say goodbye to them when he left. Yes, goodbye, goodbye. It was a simple sentence, but it was filled with deep expectations. Sure enough, after the time of 2 meals, the curtain of the carriage hadn't been pulled open. The interior of the carriage was dusky. From time to time, light would penetrate through the gaps of the carriage, sweeping across the two's tightly stiff little faces. He really did leave. He left without saying goodbye. The two of them thought at the same time. However, when the crisp sound of the bell rang, it was like a deafening bell. Both of their delicate bodies trembled violently. Their gazes collided in the dusky carriage, and both of them were filled with surprise and disbelief. Almost at the same time, they whispered, "Why didn't I hear him talking to the bodyguard? Why are we outside the city?" Right now, it was quiet outside the carriage. Even the occasional sound was soft. Where was the impetuosity unique to Tonha City? If that bell was in the city, how could it have such a heavenly sound? The two of them seemed to have woken up from a dream and rushed to pull open the curtain in front. Wasn't the shoulder that wasn't very broad, the back view that had been deeply engraved in their hearts, right in front of them? Little Orange rushed to say, "Ren Xiaoyao, why didn't you leave?" Nye Qianyu also asked, "Big brother Ren, why didn't you send us to the escort agency? Why did you send us out of the city? Where is this place?" Zhang Xiaohua turned her head to look at the two girls who were overjoyed. Her heart also felt warm. It felt good to be protected by someone. Not to mention a man who could protect a girl. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua truly felt like an adult. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is the west gate of Tonha City. We are already some distance away from Tonha City. What are you two doing? Are you afraid of running into bad guys? Are you hiding inside and not daring to come out?" The two of them nodded tacitly and said, "That's right. If we're discovered in the city, we won't be able to escape. There's no need for that now. They've all gone to the east gate and are chasing after you on the way we came. No one should be able to discover you for the time being." "Oh?" Little Orange didn't quite understand. "Oh?" Nye Qianyu instantly smiled and said, "So it was planned by Big Brother Ren. I really admire you." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "Miss Nye thinks too highly of me. I just casually killed a few bad guys. How could I think so far ahead? Huh, Big Brother Ren is too modest." Nye Qianyu was not stingy with her words. Little Orange was puzzled and said, Young Master Ren, I still don't understand. Why didn't you send us to the escort agency?" Hearing Little Orange calling herself Young Master and calling herself a maid, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and explained, "Little Orange, do you think I didn't want to send you to the escort agency? But even if I wanted to, they wouldn't dare to accept this mission." Little Orange was curious and asked, "Why is that, Young Master Ren?" Nye Qianyu smiled and said, "I see." This smile was very sweet. "Miss Nye, you're really smart and very impressive." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but praise her. Nye Qianyu waved her hands and said, "It's useless to be smart. In front of Big Brother Ren's powerful martial arts, any little trick is just a small trick." At this moment, Little Orange also understood. Looking at her Mrs. excited face, her expression changed slightly. Then, she immediately returned to normal and said, "Miss is really amazing. I really admire you." Zhang Xiaohua told her about how she went to the escort agency to find bodyguards. Then, she shrugged and said, "I didn't have a choice. I couldn't just watch you fall into the hands of the bad guys. Moreover, if those people returned and couldn't find you, they might return to Tonha City. I had no choice but to bring you out first. Sigh, it seems like we have to wait until we reach the next town." Hearing this, Nye Qianyu and Little Orange's expressions turned ugly. They looked at each other and Nye Qianyu asked, "Big Brother Ren, can you tell me where you're going now?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Miss Nye, can you tell me where Macho City is? Or do you know how to get to Macho City? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know where Macho City was, let alone how to get there. When he was at the escort agency, although he wanted to ask, he was afraid of attracting attention. However, this Miss Nye in front of him was only 12 years old. In his imagination, she might not know how to get there. Who would have thought that Nye Qianyu would only ponder for a moment before she explained the route from Tanha City to Carefree City clearly without any hesitation. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. The thought of why is there such a big difference between people flashed into his mind again. He thought about how he had only just found out how to get to Pingyang City. Look at this 12-year-old girl. TSK. She was so much better than him. However, immediately, a little person appeared in his mind and advised earnestly, don't compare yourself with others, silly boy. You're the son of a farmer. Being simple is your true nature. Pooh. Zhang Xiaohua spat on the ground. He had Nye Qianyu's charm. He thought to himself, do nobles and generals have guts? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's behavior, the two people in the carriage were surprised. They thought in unison, is this habit also contagious? From Nye Qianyu's explanation, Zhang Xiaohua found out that Macho City was south of Tanha City. It was about a month's journey away. The Pingyang City that he requested was southwest of Tanha City. It was still very far from Macho City. The two routes were completely separated at Tanha City. Of course, all roads led to U City, but the most comfortable official road was like this. If Zhang Xiaohua wanted to return to Pingyang City, he would have to go through the west gate of Tanha City. There was an official road that passed by several cities before reaching Pingyang City. This was also the route that Ji Xiaohua had drawn for him. If he wanted bodyguards to escort Nye Qianyu, he would have to go through the south gate of Tanha City. There was also an official road that led to Macho City. That was also the direction that the unknown gang was pursuing Nye Qianyu. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua still had a choice. In the first 10 days, there would be a famous escort company in a big city. It was not a bad idea to let them escort Nye Qianyu. However, this would delay Nye Qianyu's journey and take a lot of detours. Thinking of the detours, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had a new idea. He stroked his chin and thought carefully about the possibilities. Behind him, Nye Qianyu and Little Orange saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything after asking for the location of Macho City. They sat quietly in the carriage and looked at the passing scenery outside. However, they did not pay attention to anything. They only secretly prayed, will he change his mind? Will he send us to Rejuvenation Valley? After a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, Miss Nye, I have an idea. Do you think it will work? Nye Qianyu asked curiously, please speak, Brother Ren. Actually, I originally planned to hire bodyguards to escort you two back to Macho City in Tanha City. However, I did not expect that Fushan Escort Company would not accept the escort to the south. Therefore, I have no choice but to place my hopes on the next city. However, I cannot guarantee that there will be a suitable escort company in the next city. Moreover, I am not sure if the escort company will be like Fushan Escort Company and not dare to accept this escort. Moreover, to hand you two over to unfamiliar bodyguards, that I have decided that I can't bear it. Nonsense. You only realized it now. So you have been treating us like goods and letting people escort us. God has opened his eyes. You only realized it now. Nye Qianyu and Little Orange looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with joy and relief. Zhang Xiaohua continued to explain, the place I am going to is definitely not where you two can follow me. However, seeing Zhang Xiaohua dawdling, Little Orange became impatient and said, can't you finish your sentence in one sentence? Nye Qianyu hurriedly pulled Little Orange's sleeve with her uninjured left hand and said, Little Orange, let Brother Ren finish. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, however, you two can follow me all the way there. After I am done with my business, I will send you back. How about that? Ah! Nye Qianyu and Little Orange could not believe their ears. Nye Qianyu hurriedly asked, Brother Ren, I have thought of this idea. However, the matter you are going to do must be extremely confidential and important. It will probably cause a sensation in the martial arts world. If we follow you, won't we affect you? That's why I don't dare to say it. Zhang Xiaohua scratched the few strands of mustache on his chin with his fingers and said with a smile, "It's fine. As long as you don't have to follow me when you reach a place. When I'm done, I'll meet you at that place and send you off." "Oh yes, Miss Nya, are you in a hurry to go back to Macho City?" Nye Qianyu smiled and said, "Even if we are in a hurry, we need to be alive to go back. The place Brother Ren is going to is definitely not in the same direction as Macho City. It might even be very far away. The further we go, the harder it will be for those bad guys to find us. Brother Ren, you are so smart. What a brilliant plan. You can achieve 2 goals with 1 stroke. I admire you." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua raised his invisible tail high. He was just short of a feather fan to show the elegance of a wise man. Sigh, actually, as long as people get along with each other, it is inevitable that they will want to protect each other, let alone 2 budding girls. Since Zhang Xiaohua had the ability to send the 2 girls home after visiting the Guizhuang house, as a man, how could he refuse such cushy task? Everything was caused by male chauvinism. Chapter 364. Faint snowflakes drifted down like salt grains, covering the mountains and rivers, and even dyeing the boundless fields white. A thin layer of snow had already accumulated on the straight and wide road. The road was slippery in the snow, and there were very few people on the road. At this time, there was a clear ding-ling sound, and a carriage came from afar. Pulling the carriage was an ordinary black horse, and there was nothing special about it. But what was strange was that the carriage didn't travel in the middle of the official road. In the middle of the road, parallel to the black horse pulling the carriage, there was a glossy and spirited mule. On the carriage pulled by the black horse sat a skinny young man. His eyes were closed as he rested. His hands were in an extremely mysterious position. It seemed that he had already fallen asleep. Everything seemed so normal. However, if one were to pay close attention, one would be able to clearly see that although the snowflakes that filled the sky and became bigger and bigger stained everything, they did not seem to disturb the young man's beautiful dream at all. This was because there seemed to be a transparent cover around the young man's body. When the snowflakes landed on his body, it was as if they had landed on an abnormally smooth surface. They could not stay there and would slide to the side. Therefore, the snowflakes that filled the sky could not leave a single mark on the young man's body. Right at this moment, a soft and clear voice sounded out. "Big Brother Ren, the snow is getting heavier and heavier. Aren't you going to take shelter in the carriage?" Wasn't it Nye Qianyu's voice? The 3 people in the carriage were none other than Zhang Xiaohua, Nye Qianyu, and Little Orange, who had come out of Tanha City. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, loosened his hands, and released his divine sense. Immediately, a faint smile appeared on his face. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was different from before. Although he had not seen him for more than a month, his youthful face seemed to have matured a lot. His smile also had a mature charm. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Little fishy, it's okay. I like to see the scene of snow staining the earth. This snow can make me think of vitality and hibernation. Why don't you come out and have a look? Big Brother Ren, I've said it hundreds of times. Don't call me Little Fishy. My name is Little You." "Really?" Nye Qianyu's reproachful words came from the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said, "You two, one is Little Orange, and the other is Little Fishy. Aren't you a good match? Luckily, I'm smart enough to think of such a good name. Little Fishy, aren't you going to give me more money for the name?" "Bah," Nye Qianyu spat and said, "Shameless." Another voice sounded, "Miss, I think you'd better take out those few golden leaves, lest young Master Ren keeps thinking about them." "What?" "The food and drink expenses along the way, the hotel expenses, and Huan's expenses, which one of them didn't use my money?" How can he have the nerve to say that? Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua felt very refreshed when he heard this. Of course, he didn't spend a single cent of his own money and rushed over from Tanha City. How could he not be happy? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohua's laughter, the people in the carriage also laughed. Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "Big brother Ren, the sky is going to be dark soon and the snow is getting heavier. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it to the town." Nie Qianyu felt very strange. They had been traveling for more than a month. Zhang Xiaohua was unusually cautious and never spent the night in the wilderness. Even when he saw that it was still early, he stayed in an inn and didn't move forward. Logically speaking, with his superb martial arts, why would he be afraid of some petty thieves? However, since Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain, she didn't feel right to ask. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's okay. Pingyang City is about 4 to 5 miles ahead. If we speed up, we should be able to make it by the time the sky turns dark. We've already passed the first day of the new year on the road, and we'll have to pass the 5th day of the new year in Pingyang City." Nie Qianyu said in surprise, "Big brother Ren, aren't you always bad at directions? How did you know that we're reaching Pingyang City today? It's all white outside the carriage. How can you tell?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua only laughed and didn't explain. Nie Qianyu in the carriage also seemed to be used to it and didn't pursue the matter. Zhang Xiaohua shouted habitually, "Hiya!" The deer immediately swung its tail and hit the black horse's buttocks. The black horse's hooves tightened again and it galloped forward quickly into the boundless snow. After Zhang Xiaohua left Tanha City, she told Nie Qianyu about her thoughts. Although Miss Nie was young, she was much more experienced than Zhang Xiaohua when she was the same age 5 years ago. She was also insightful about the ways of the world. How could she not quickly cozy up to Rinpoche? Naturally, she didn't have any objections. Wasn't it just a detour? Even if she had to go out to sea for a round, as long as she could return to Carefree City safely, she was willing to do so. Besides, there was another small thought. Let's not expose other people's privacy. From Tanha City to Pingyang City, it was only a short curve in Xiaohua's scroll. Zhang Xiaohua drove the carriage for almost a month to pass through the few cities in between. Even the first day of the new year was spent hurriedly on the road. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua didn't return to Guizhuang House during the new year. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua used the whip on the carriage to drive the black horse. However, after a long time, she got tired of it. Huan, the deer, was indeed the spirit beast that Zhang Xiaohua mentioned. It actually understood its master's thoughts and caught up with Zhang Xiaohua. It only stopped when it reached a fork in the road and waited for Zhang Xiaohua's instructions. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and thanked Xiaohua even more in her heart. When Nie Qianyu and Little Orange saw that the deer was so intelligent, they were also very surprised and liked it. Both of them had reared the deer before and had a deep understanding of its diet. Nie Qianyu's carriage didn't lack money, so along the way, although Huan was a little different from the Rejuvenation Valley's deer, it was also well-fed and shiny. It was no longer as ugly as it was in Songning Town. As for Nie Qianyu and Little Orange, after interacting with Zhang Xiaohua for more than a month, they went from being in awe and fear at the beginning to gradually getting to know him. They knew that this young man with powerful martial arts was not unapproachable and unapproachable. If his mysterious behavior and powerful martial arts were covered up, the Ren Xiaoyao in their eyes at the beginning was his true self. Speaking of mysterious behavior, Zhang Xiaohua had to sleep well every night. Even when sitting in the carriage, he had to close his eyes to rest. Sometimes, he was obviously terrible with directions, but sometimes he could point out the road ahead. Sometimes, he even had the feeling that he could foresee things ahead. This really puzzled Nie Qianyu. What annoyed Nie Qianyu the most was that this guy didn't even take out a single penny along the way. He always stretched out his hand to her to pay for everything. This wasn't the style of a martial arts hero. However, Nie Qianyu was also very gratified by the benefits brought about by this most annoying thing. From Tanha City to Pingyang City, they had encountered all kinds of bandits, robbers, and other evil deeds. However, at this time, the value of a martial arts man was fully displayed. This guy didn't care how many robbers there were in front of him. He just looked left and right and came over with his long sword. He randomly found an extremely thick tree or a huge rock. He took a deep breath and swung his sword down. No matter how thick the tree was or how hard the rock was, it would collapse at the touch of his sword. Then, Zhang Xiaohua leisurely got into the carriage while all the robbers were dumbfounded. He shouted, "Go," and the black horse automatically drove away, leaving behind the admiring gazes of the robbers. Of course, there were also some who felt good about themselves because they had more people. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back. No matter how many people there were, she killed them all with one strike and then used the second strike. Nye Qianyu and Little Orange were starry-eyed when they thought of that. Then, they spat and laughed, "This guy is really barbaric." At the same time, they hid in the carriage and covered their mouths. How much money would it take to hire such a brave and fierce bodyguard? It was a tiring but joyful journey for more than a month. Unknowingly, they were close to Pingyang City. Nye Qianyu was so smart. Ever since they left Tanha City, she didn't mention where they were going. She only followed Zhang Xiaohua's wishes. Occasionally, when Zhang Xiaohua couldn't make up her mind, she would raise her own opinions. Her tone didn't show any intention of inquiring about Zhang Xiaohua's destination. However, Nye Qianyu was very familiar with the distribution of each city. Zhang Xiaohua's route was also very clear. As early as more than 10 days ago, she already knew that Pingyang City was on her route. She just didn't know that this Pingyang City was Zhang Xiaohua's destination. 5 days ago, on the first day of the new year, the three of them spent it in a very small town. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind. She hadn't spent time with her mother and father for many years. Although she really wanted to, she gave up the idea when she saw that it was still far away from home. She only felt a faint longing in her heart. However, Nye Qianyu was different. It seemed that she hadn't spent the new year outside since she was young. That night, her eyes were red and she didn't eat much. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to persuade her. She only comforted her and accompanied her silently. Fortunately, Little Orange took his young mistress out for a walk. When they returned, although Nye Qianyu's eyes and face were red, she was in a good mood. It was just that she kept glancing at Zhang Xiaohua. She even toasted Zhang Xiaohua with a few cups of wine on a simple table. Chapter 365. Recalling how Nye Qianyu's eyes were as red as a rabbit's, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help smiling. It was true that the saying, "every festive season, one would think twice of one's loved ones." Even though Nye Qianyu usually behaved like an adult, it was only at this moment that Zhang Xiaohua realized that she was just a little girl who had just turned 12. Zhang Xiaohua had given Nye Qianyu the name Little Fish that day. He had wanted to call her Little Rabbit, but there were no similar words in her name. Therefore, he could only take a step back and call her Little Yu as Little Fish. Anyway, it was Nye Qianyu who asked him to call her Little Fish. What did it have to do with Zhang Xiaohua? At first, Nye Qianyu was very happy, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua finally called her by her nickname. However, after listening carefully, she realized that it was not her imagination. Therefore, she clung to Zhang Xiaohua and begged him to change it. However, until now, didn't Zhang Xiaohua still call her Little Fish? Thinking of Nye Qianyu's red eyes, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think of the occasion when he celebrated Nye Qianyu's birthday. Before the three of them entered Tanha City, they had told each other their ages. At that time, Nye Qianyu said that she was going to celebrate her 12th birthday in a month. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua only felt that this little girl who was not even 12 years old had more experience than him. He could not compare with her at all. However, on that day, he suddenly had this idea on a whim. After counting the days, wasn't it the little girl's 12th birthday? That day, when they passed by a rural town, Zhang Xiaohua saw that Nye Qianyu and Little Orange seemed to have forgotten about it. Therefore, he got off the car at the last minute and went to an inn to buy 12 red eggs for Nye Chenyu. Yes, I remember when I was in Guizhuang house, didn't my mother cook eggs for me on my birthday? Since today is Nye Chenyu's birthday, I naturally have to buy her boiled red eggs. This was also the only thing Zhang Xiaohua bought with her own money along the way. Thinking back to the time when he saw Nye Chenyu's face full of surprise and gratitude, Zhang Xiaohua felt happy in his heart. After all, the price of 12 copper coins was reduced to 11 copper coins by him, and he even won the little girl's laughter. How could he not be happy? That day, Nye Chenyu was tearing up while eating the eggs, as if the eggs were the most delicious thing in the world. Thinking of her teary eyes, Zhang Xiaohua curls her lips secretly. Eating 6 eggs at one time? Isn't she afraid of choking? No wonder her eyes turned red when she cried. It would be a pity if she wasn't called Little Rabbit. As Zhang Xiaohua thought of the interesting things that happened along the way, the silhouette of Pingyang City appeared in her vision. In the snowy twilight, Pingyang City was still as majestic as ever. However, the people had changed. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Galloping into the city, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. She found an inn in a more remote area of Pingyang City. It was the new year now and the inn's business wasn't very good. Seeing that there were guests, the innkeeper was very happy. This was the first business of the new year and they had booked an independent courtyard. According to the coachman, they were going to stay for a few more days. Naturally, the innkeeper was very attentive to them and tried his best to flatter the two ladies. However, after a while, seeing that the two ladies were following Zhang Xiaohua's lead, he realized that he had misjudged them. He immediately changed his attitude and walked towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the patience for this. She drove the carriage to the courtyard and left the odd beasts and the black horse in the care of the innkeeper. She unloaded the items from the carriage and put them in a room. She didn't need the innkeeper to find help. Seeing this, the innkeeper naturally knew what to do. He instructed the shop assistants to do what they were supposed to do and quickly left, so as not to disturb the three of them in the courtyard. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had unloaded the items from the carriage, unlike in the past where she would leave everything in the carriage for the night in order to make it easier for them to travel in the morning, Nye Chenyu and Xiao Zhizi's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that Pingyang City is the place where he is going to do his business? Indeed, after Nye Chenyu and Xiao Zhizi had finished packing and were waiting for their meal, Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and entered. She smiled and said, "It's the 5th day of the Lunar New Year now. I have already asked the inn to make dumplings for you. You must eat your fill later." Nye Chenyu stood up and asked, "Big brother Ren, from what you said, it seems that you don't intend to eat with us later?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I still have something to do and will go out for a while. I may be back late tonight. You guys can eat by yourselves." "Back tonight? Big brother Ren, are you going to do something?" Nye Chenyu asked anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't answer. Nye Chenyu blinked and said, "Big brother Ren, be careful." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and turned to leave the room. She walked into the snowy night in a few steps. 2 pairs of concerned eyes followed him from inside the house until his figure disappeared into the darkness. Nye Chenyu turned around and asked, "Xiao Zhizi, do you think Big brother Ren is going to do something tonight?" Xiao Zhizi smiled and said, "Miss, how would I know? But seeing that he didn't answer you, it seems to be the case. But, from what he said, he will be back tonight. Does that mean that we can continue our journey to Carefree City tomorrow? But since we can leave tomorrow, why should we unload the things in the carriage?" Xiao Zhizi smiled bitterly and said, "We don't have to worry about these things. Miss, you just focus on eating dumplings. I heard that the dumplings in the north are different from those in Carefree City. You have to try more dumplings later." Nye Chenyu looked disappointed and murmured, "No matter how delicious it is, can it be better than red eggs?" If Zhang Xiaohua was here, she would definitely refute her. Of course, braised pork is better than red eggs. Unfortunately, he was on the way to Misty Mountain Villa and didn't know about Nye Chenyu's girlish feelings. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua was walking to Misty Mountain Villa. The sky had already darkened, and the snow continued to fall endlessly. It had already covered the sun, and now it was no different from the night. There were few people on the streets, and they were all wearing new clothes and hiding in their houses to enjoy the rare New Year's atmosphere. Zhang Xiaohua did not intend to use the levitation technique or the earth escape technique, because his thoughts were now very chaotic. He was somewhat anxious to see the Misty Mountain Villa and the Huanxi Mountain Villa, but he was also somewhat afraid. This kind of contradictory mood could only be slowly calmed down by walking in the empty streets and alleys, and walking in the dark night. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of Pingyang City alone in the snow. The sky was also dark and there weren't many people in the city. Even if there were people hurriedly passing by in the snow, they wouldn't pay too much attention to him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be shocking if he didn't have an umbrella in his hand and snow on his body? Walking on the even more spacious road outside the city, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. He seemed to have figured something out. He looked up at the dark night sky and the snowflakes that floated in from time to time. He turned back to look at the footprints he had left on the snow. They had already been covered by the rapidly falling snowflakes. He then looked at the snow-white road in front of him that didn't have any traces. Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. I've walked on the road behind me and left traces, but they won't last long. What kind of thing in this world can last long? It's just a matter of time. I haven't walked on the road ahead. It's up to me to decide what kind of traces I want to leave. They can be the same as the footprints behind me, or... At the thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua floated up and used the levitation technique. He leaped into the air and flew forward like a deity. I can also be different from before and not leave any traces on the road. Without destruction, there can be no construction. This must be the case. The Misty School has long been on the decline in the pugilistic world. It's a miracle that it has survived for so many years. In the pugilistic world, survival of the fittest is the most realistic thing. It's normal that the three sects would join forces to destroy it. Moreover, the Dalan Temple and the incense cult actually allowed Hu Yuni to escape from Ethereal Peak with the descendants of the Misty School. This is an anomaly. Could it be that they let them go because they are all descendants of the immortal Tao? Or, is there something else going on? The Misty School is now as broken as it can be. However, the foundation of Misty Heights is still there. It's just that it's been occupied by the Righteous Alliance. The two leaders of the Righteous Alliance have been crippled. I don't know what's going on now. They probably won't have any extra thoughts on Misty Heights. It's not impossible for the Misty School to rise again. If there is such a day, I believe the ethereal sect will prosper once again. However, sect leader O has committed suicide. The Misty School has lost its backbone. Only 3 of the 6 Misty Tigers are left. 2 of them have been crippled. Hu Yuni is also seriously injured and his martial arts have been greatly reduced. The eldest disciple of the sect leader, Zhang Qingyue, has also committed suicide. Sigh, it's like a plate of loose sand now. Forget it. After I send little fishy home, I'll go to the incense cult and find second brother first. I'm also not a disciple of the Misty School. Why should I worry about this for no reason? Although Misty Heights was quite a distance away from Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohua quickly arrived in front of the archway of Misty Heights with her levitation technique. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the straight road and couldn't help but think of the scene when she first came here. Sigh, things remain the same, but people have changed. In the darkness, the smooth road was covered with white snow and reflected white light. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and walked up. It was as if she wanted to relive the feelings of that day. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked towards the archway of Misty Heights and released her divine sense. Perhaps it was because it was the new year or because it had been many years since the Misty School was destroyed, the Righteous Alliance's protection had already been lax. Tonight, there weren't any disciples of the Righteous Alliance guarding the archway. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw the 2 ancient words, Misty, on the archway, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chapter 366. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense felt that the word misty on the archway of the Misty Mountain Villa was abnormal. He immediately floated towards the archway without touching the ground. When he reached the bottom of the archway, he stood with his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. He released his divine sense and carefully observed the archway that had been standing for 10,000 years. The fluttering snowflakes were still unable to touch his body. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he floated to the top of the tall decorated archway and looked around in the deep night sky. After which, he used his qinggong and headed east. After walking for a long time, he arrived at a deserted area. Using his divine sense, he walked into an abandoned courtyard. He searched as he walked until he reached a wall. Only then did he stop and look up and down. After thinking for a while, his body rose again and continued to follow the Misty Mountain Villa and head to another place. Just like this, Zhang Xiaohua walked around the outer area of the huge Misty Mountain Villa in a short period of time. He would stop at a dilapidated rubbish dump, a new garden, and a half-old house. Every time he arrived at a place, Zhang Xiaohua would stop for a moment and release his divine sense to observe carefully. The confusion in his eyes gradually lessened. When he returned to the front of the decorated archway, the corners of his mouth had already revealed a trace of a slight smile. The Misty School is indeed a big sect that has been passed down for 10,000 years. This archway is actually the eye of the Six Directions Annihilation Formation. It's a pity that for some reason, the other 5 eyes of the formation have been destroyed and this protective formation did not have any effect. Otherwise, even if the Aroma sect, the Dalan Temple and the Alliance of Righteous Sects joined forces, they would not be able to break in. This so-called Six Directions Annihilation Formation is a top-killing formation in the records of Fire Dragon Immortal. It requires 6 people of the Immortal Tao to use different methods to attack the 6 eyes of the formation at the same time for it to be effective. The Qi of Heaven and Earth is scarce. Where can we find 6 people of the Immortal Tao? This formation should be indestructible. Oh, I forgot. Since the Qi of Heaven and Earth is scarce, where does the Qi of Heaven and Earth come from? If you have some primeval stones, that's fine, but does this Misty School not have enough primeval stones? However, look at the 5 abandoned array cores just now. They are all traces of man-made destruction. Some of them have been forcibly demolished to build houses and gardens. Some of them have even been turned into garbage dumps. Alas, man-made disasters are worse than natural disasters. This is the consequence of destroying the environment, forcibly demolishing and building, and illegal construction. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the Misty Mountain Villa with countless lights in front of him. This time, he had come here to explore and see what was going on. Now that he had been delayed in front of the decorated archway, he had wasted too much time. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua prepared to go back. However, when his eyes turned to the Huanxi Mountain Villa next to him, he had an idea. He jumped down from the decorated archway and landed on the ground. After he made a gesture with his hands, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the herb field of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohua jumped out of the ground and looked around. He could not help but smile bitterly. He wanted to go to the small courtyard where he lived, but he ran to the herb field. At this time, the herb field had long been deserted, and the flat land was covered with thick snow. Thinking of this place where he had struggled in the past, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. He did not know whether Yen had found the reason why the herbs did not germinate. Thinking of the problem of the herbs not germinating, Zhang Xiaohua now had an incomplete idea. The growth of the herbs needed to absorb a certain amount of Qi of Heaven and Earth. Those herbs that did not germinate must need more Qi of Heaven and Earth. The lack of Qi of Heaven and Earth in the herb field naturally could not provide enough Qi of Heaven and Earth for the herbs to germinate. Of course, the herbs would not germinate. However, the spring water of the Guozhuang house was rich in Qi of Heaven and Earth. If he could use the spring water of the Guozhuang house to water these herbs, there might be some effect. Of course, the Qi of Heaven and Earth in the spring water from the Guozhuang house had long disappeared between heaven and earth. But where did the chi of heaven and earth in the spring water come from? Wasn't it provided by the small pieces of primordial stones at the bottom of the well? Speaking of primordial stones, how much chi of heaven and earth did the primordial stone in Zhang Xiaohua's purse provide? Therefore, in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, if he could put a piece of primordial stone in the water and use the water to water the herbs that did not germinate, it should be possible. However, this idea was just an idea now, and there would be no day for it to be put into practice. Didn't the Decent Alliance say that they would not interfere with everything in the Huanqi villa? Why is the herb field deserted? Zhang Xiaohua was a little depressed. Immediately, he spread out his divine awareness and carefully observed. Of course, he did not want to look at the Misty Villa. The Huanqi Villa was his old place and his first step in Jianghu. How could he not have deep feelings for it? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth showed a smile again. His body did not move, but suddenly, like a gust of wind, he flew to his own small courtyard. In Zhang Xiaohua's earliest hut, the barefoot brother Ma was still sitting on his messy kong, scratching his feet and drinking a little wine. From time to time, he would pick up a few peanuts from the plate on the kong and put them into his mouth. On the kong opposite him, the honest Lu Erhuan was sitting in a corner of the kong. Beside him were several young men in green clothes and hats. They were all staring at Ma Jing without blinking, as if they were listening to something. When Zhang Xiaohua passed by the hut in the small courtyard, she heard a few words floating from inside. You don't know. That year, Brother Shi and I were working in the field, helping our manor lord O to plant rare medicinal herbs. Then we saw several big monks and several men from Jianghu descending from the sky. I was very shocked, but I couldn't ruin the prestige of our Huanqi mountain village. So I stepped out from the crowd and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the hut in the small courtyard and said, "You don't know." That year, Brother Shi and I were working in the field, helping our manor lord O plant rare medicinal herbs. Do you know how the monk answered? The several people opposite him shook their heads and said in unison, "We don't know." Ma Jing let go of his feet, put the peanuts into his mouth and said, the monk said, "Brother, we are from the Huanqi villa. We are monks from the Dalan temple. We were ordered to come to Huanqi villa to check. Brother, please do us a favor." At this time, a boy asked, "Brother Ma, that's not right. The monk called us benefactors. Why did he call us brother? You are not a monk." Oh? Ma Jing was a little disapproving and said, "Maybe I remembered wrongly. You think that since they were so polite, I naturally couldn't be rude, so I said, Brother Ma, that's not right. I heard from Brother Shi that those people were very fierce at that time. When they came to our Huanqi villa, they searched everywhere and broke a lot of things. They also beat a lot of people. It is said that they were looking for some martial arts secret book." Another person also said, "Yes, it's the house I live in. It's said that it's been ransacked. I just don't know whether they found the martial arts secret book or not." Ma Jing impatiently put his hand in front of his nose and said, "Do you still want to hear it? If you don't want to hear it, I will go to sleep." Yes, yes, of course we want to hear it. Didn't we all come to the villa later? We didn't have time to participate in the glorious history of the villa. We still have to rely on Brother Ma to tell us more about your glorious deeds. Now you know how to respect the old and love the young. Let me tell you, that martial arts secret book definitely wasn't found. Hey! Brother Ma, we know. Brother Shi said that he didn't know. Won't it be clear if you use your brain to think? If they found the martial arts secret book at that time, would they still take our villa master O to preach the incense cult? The servants said at once, "Yes, Brother Ma is right. We have been in the villa for more than 2 years, but we have never seen the villa master." I heard that. I heard that our villa master is a great beauty. Brother Ma, you must have seen the villa master. Ma Jing was speechless. What kind of servants are these? They actually dare to talk about the villa master behind her back. However, Villa Master O is indeed a great beauty. Zhang Xiaohua stood on the roof and listened to the group of servants talking nonsense. She couldn't help but secretly laugh. No, now that she thought about it, Oh Yen was indeed very beautiful. At that time, she was young and didn't understand. She only felt that Oh Yen was as kind as a sister-in-law. The servants nowadays are really good. Each generation is better than the previous. Zhang Xiaohua thought so. Then, she used her divine sense to scan the inner courtyard and was ready to leave. However, she suddenly frowned as if she saw something. Her figure flew into the inner courtyard again. When she stopped again, it was the small courtyard where she was stopped when she first entered the inner courtyard. The small courtyard was silent. There was only a dim light coming from a small house. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the middle of the courtyard and thought for a moment. She walked to the door and reached out to knock on the door. A clear voice sounded from inside. "Who is it? Wasn't it Choju?" Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice. "Sister Choju, it's me. I'm Zhang Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua? Choju was obviously stunned. Then, as if she remembered something, she cried out in surprise. "Zhang Xiaohua, it's you. Wait a moment, you." Then, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps from inside. The door of the small house opened with a "chila" sound, revealing a face full of surprise. Choju opened the door. Although she was fully prepared, she was still stunned for a moment. The tall young man in front of her had the same face as the young man in her memory. It was just that the shape of his face was a little elongated, but he had grown a lot. However, thinking about it, it had already been 4 or 5 years. Why hadn't this young man's face changed? She asked hesitantly. "Are you really Zhang Xiaohua?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her face and smiled. "Why, Sister Choju, I heard that my face didn't change much. Don't tell me you can't recognize me." "No, it's just," at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Sister Choju, I even hung clothes for you in the past. Don't you remember?" Chapter 367. How could Choju not know that the young man in front of her was Zhang Xiaohua from back then? She covered her mouth and laughed. She moved aside and said, "Xiaohua, come in quickly." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and entered Choju's room. The layout of the room in the inner courtyard was obviously different from the small room Zhang Xiaohua used to live in. If the room was a brick bed to sleep on, Choju would not have let Zhang Xiaohua in so late at night. This was obviously a small room similar to a living room. A small table was placed in the middle and chairs were placed around it. Zhang Xiaohua entered the room and found a chair to sit on. Choju picked up the teapot from the side and poured a cup of hot tea. She smiled and said, "Xiaohua, drink a cup of hot tea to warm your body." Zhang Xiaohua reached out to take the cup. He took a sip and was about to put it down when Choju said, "Don't put it down. Just hold it like this. It can warm your hands." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He smiled and said, "Sister Choju is indeed attentive." Although he was not afraid of cold or heat, he still held the cup with both hands. He was about to speak when Choju said, "Xiaohua, where have you been these years? I remember 5 years ago, I heard from Sister Cho Tong that you went missing and were killed by a group of bandits." "Hee, I'm not talking about you. Xiaohua, you learned a lot of martial arts from Captain He, but you couldn't even beat a group of bandits." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had returned safely without missing an arm or leg, Choju naturally mocked him without holding back. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister Choju is wrong. There were hundreds and thousands of bandits. I was just one person. How could I beat them? Unless I had 3 heads and 6 arms." Choju said, "With your small body back then, you wouldn't be able to beat them even if you had 9 heads and 36 arms, let alone 3 heads and 6 arms." At this point, she covered her mouth and laughed. Then, she said, "Oh right, tell sister what happened at that time. Gang leader O sent a lot of people to look for you, but there was no news of you. Miss and Sister Cho Tong thought that you couldn't come back, so they were sad for a long time. Alas, if they could see you coming back to Huanchi Villa today, They would be very happy. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there's not much to say about my story. At that time, I encountered bandits who were doing bad things and kidnapped a girl. I thought that I could be considered to have learned martial arts, so I went with second brother to the bandits' stronghold to save her. We did manage to save her, but we were discovered by the Tenryu sect and were captured." Tenryu sect? Qiuju was puzzled. What sect is that? I don't think I've heard of it before. Zhang Xiaohua said, there are countless sects in Jianghu. It's normal that Sister Qiuju hasn't heard of them. Then what? The Tenryu sect actually captured you for 5 years? You're just a child. They're too inhumane. Zhang Xiaohua giggled and said, Sister Qiuju, I'm not that young. Qiuju smiled and didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua continued, actually, not long after they captured me, I found a chance to escape. However, I didn't escape on land, but on the vast sea. I drifted to an island alone and didn't return to land until recently. Ah! Qiuju widened her eyes in surprise and asked incredulously, Xiaohua, you actually went to sea and spent 5 years alone on a deserted island? Yes, Sister Qiuju. Actually, it's nothing. I wasn't used to it at first, but I got used to it after a while. Really? Alas, poor child. Qiuju's motherly love burst forth in an instant. She felt that Zhang Xiaohua's experience was unfair. She said, fortunately, you're finally back. Well, that's good. Stay in Huanqi Villa from now on and don't go anywhere else. By the way, when did you return to the villa? Why didn't I hear Qiuxiang mention it? I met Tian Zhongxi in the afternoon, but he didn't mention it. You didn't just come back, did you? Several questions in a row fully showed Qiuju's concern. Qiuxiang? Zhang Xiaohua was also surprised and couldn't help asking, who is Qiuxiang? Oh. Seeing this, Qiuju said with a smile, you really just came back to the villa. You haven't seen Sister Qiuxiang, right? Well, I guess Tian Zhongxi wants to take you to see her tomorrow morning. Speaking of this, there was a trace of sadness on her face. She said, Tian Zhongxi must have told you about the Misty School. Since Miss and Sister Qiu Tong went to preach the incense cult with Madame Gang, our Huanqi Villa has been temporarily taken over by Qiuxiang. Alas, she has been in charge for 3 years. However, Xiaohua, don't worry. Although you haven't seen Qiuxiang, you're still a senior in Huanqi Villa. I have a good relationship with Qiuxiang. Tomorrow morning, I'll tell her in advance in case she refuses when Tian Zhongxi goes to report to her, or it will be too late for me to go there. Hearing Qiuju's words, Zhang Xiaohua felt warm in her heart. She had only met Qiuju a few times, but she took good care of her because she used to be a manservant in Huanqi Villa. Her true feelings were rare. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, let's talk about these things later. I want to ask, Sister Qiuju, do you know the whereabouts of my second brother, Zhang Xiaohu? Is he dead or alive? Qiuju thought for a moment and sighed, I'll tell you the truth about your second brother's whereabouts. Xiaohua, I really don't know. When the Misty School was besieged by the 3 factions, I only heard the faint sound of fighting in the villa. I don't know the specific situation of the enemy. Moreover, in the end, the disciples of our Misty School were taken back by Madame Gang and brought back to preach the incense cult. I didn't see them, so naturally, I don't have any news about Zhang Xiaohu. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, then what about the situation of Miss O and Sister Qiu Tong, and the current situation of our Huanqi Villa? Qiuju's face showed a worried expression again and said, our Huanqi Villa and Piaomiao Villa have always been one, and we are related to each other. The Misty School was destroyed by the incense cult, the Dalan Temple, and the Righteous Alliance. Half of the disciples died on the spot. Although elder who escaped, the rest of the disciples were mediocre in martial arts, and some of them were destroyed. They were all taken back by the incense cult. Although our Huanqi Villa was protected by Nun Jingyi of the incense cult, and the other 2 factions had no choice but to yield, Miss was taken away by them. Sister Qiu Tong couldn't bear to part with Miss, so she went with them. The other sisters and I also wanted to go, but Miss didn't allow it, so we stayed. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua asked, Sister Qiuju, do you know where the incense cult is? This? Qiuju shook her head and said, I don't know about this. That day, there were many of them and they set off together. When I bid farewell to Miss, I didn't hear her mention it. I reckon that Miss herself might not know about it. However, their carriage was heading towards the south. How is the villa now? Is it the same as before? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Qiuju still smiled bitterly and said, Huanqi Villa has left the Misty School. How can it be the same as before? Although the three factions have an agreement that they can't interfere with Huanqi Villa, the Righteous Alliance is right next to Huanqi Villa and has occupied Piamiao Villa. Every move of our villa is under the surveillance of the Righteous Alliance. According to our guards, a few years ago, the villa was surrounded by their disciples, and they were monitoring both openly and secretly. It's only this year that they relaxed their vigilance. However, when you came back today, you must have been interrogated at the entrance of the villa. Even now, it's the new year, they still left people to not let our villa have a peaceful time. Is that so? What about inside the villa? Zhang Xiaohua asked again. There's no change in the villa. Some people saw that Huanqi Villa has no future and quietly ran away. These people are really heartless. Mistreated them so well in the past, but they abandoned their conscience and ran away. Xiaohua, you don't know, many of them have sold themselves to the villa. However, under the intervention of the Righteous Alliance, nothing is settled. Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, Qiuju smiled and said, You still have a good conscience. Knowing that the villa is in such a state, you still came back. Miss and elder sister Qiu Tong treated you well in the past. However, the medicinal field in our villa has long been deserted. They are preparing to plant crops. Xiaohua, you came from a farming family, so you must be very proficient in this aspect. Let me talk to Qiuxiang tomorrow. Why don't you be Tian Zhongxi's assistant? Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and said, That's right, elder sister Qiuju, where did elder Yu go? Oh, elder Yu. He naturally followed Miss to the incense cult. Although he is the steward of the villa, he still has to protect Mississippi. Elder sister Qiu Tong can only serve Mississippi. If it's protection, it can only be done by elder Yu. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose with her finger. There are a lot of changes in the villa. However, as long as you work hard like before, your livelihood will definitely not be a problem. Xiaohua, Miss and Qiu Tong are not here. If you have any problems, feel free to tell elder sister. Although elder sister is not Qiuxiang, I can still speak for you. I definitely won't let you suffer. Hee, then I'll thank elder sister Qiuju first. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, However, I didn't come back to the villa this time. I haven't gone home to see my parents, and, Qiuju smiled and said, You came to the villa before going home. Xiaohua, Miss really has good taste. It doesn't matter. I'll ask Tian Chongxi to give you a month's leave. Go back and reunite with your parents. It won't be too late to go back to the villa. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Elder sister Qiuju, can you let me finish my words? Qiuju smiled and said, I haven't seen you for many years. I'm happy to see the old people in the villa. Alright, you say it. I won't interrupt. Zhang Xiaohua said, Elder sister Qiuju, after I go home, I don't plan to go back to the villa. What? Qiuju's expression changed a little. Then she smiled bitterly and said, That's right. The villa is like this now. It's normal that you don't come back. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua, if you have time, just come back and see your old friends in the villa. Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, Elder sister, didn't you say that you won't interrupt? Only then did Qiuju stop interrupting. She didn't answer. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I plan to go home to see my parents, and then go to find Miss and elder sister Qiu Tong. Ah! Choju couldn't help but interrupt again. She said in surprise, You really want to find them? Yes. Zhang Xiaohua said, I haven't seen them for so many years. I don't know if they are still alive in the world. Chapter 368. Miss really didn't misjudge you, Miss really didn't misjudge you. Choju couldn't help but repeat this sentence, which made Zhang Xiaohua blush a little. However, his heart was calm. Nonsense, I'm going to save second brother. Of course, I can also save O Yen and Cho Tong. Choju is not wrong. Hee. But, Choju immediately realized something and said, But, the people of Chuanxiang cult are very good at martial arts. How can you see Miss? Well, if you say that you are a servant of Huanxi Manor, maybe they will let you in. But, how can you go to Chuanxiang cult? Do you know where Chuanxiang cult is? Didn't you just ask me this question? Choju said a few, and asked a few more questions, which hit the nail on the head. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, When I came back this time, I happened to meet a disciple of the Misty School called Chu Yunfei. He said that when he went back, he would ask Elder Hu. If he knew the address of Chuanxiang cult, he would find a way to tell me. Then I would know how to get there. Oh, is that so? Choju nodded and said, I really envy you, Xiaohua. If I were a man, I would also be like you and go see Mississippi, Zhang Xiaohua said. If Choju's sister was a man, Miss wouldn't dare to let you see her. Choju suddenly realized and covered her mouth to laugh. She had never been so happy in the past few years. Then, Choju asked, Xiaohua, where do you live? I remember that your little house has been occupied by the new servant. I don't know where your things are. Zhang Xiaohua was still holding the teacup that was gradually losing its heat. She said, It's like this, Choju's sister. I'm not going back to the manor this time, so I didn't inform Brother Shi. Also, I have to go back later. And? Choju frowned and said, Then, you are, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Didn't Choju's sister just say that Captain He and I? Oh, right, where is Captain He? How is he? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that she hadn't asked about this initiator yet. Perhaps he had already subconsciously regarded He Tianshu as a martyr in the Misty School. Well, Choju also shook her head and said, Captain He was not in Huanxi Villa at that time. There were many casualties in the Misty School, so I don't know where Captain He is. Moreover, when the fragrance cult left, the disciples of the Misty School were divided into many small teams, which were all guarded by the disciples of the fragrance cult. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, I hope Captain He is fine. Then she explained, Didn't I learn martial arts from Captain He? Although I'm not as good as the real disciples of the Misty School, I've made some progress. Tonight, I came directly from outside the villa, so I didn't see Brother Shi and the others. Oh, I see. Choju understood and advised, It's probably the new year now, and it's snowing heavily tonight. The disciples of the Righteous Alliance have all returned to the villa, so they didn't keep watch outside. Xiaohua, I heard that the disciples of the Righteous Alliance are very powerful. Be careful when you go out later. Also, next time when you enter the villa, don't walk around arrogantly. Just come directly from the main door and say that you're looking for me. You're not a disciple of the Misty School, so they probably won't make things difficult for you. Remember? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I know, Sister Choju. The next time I come in, I'll use your name. Oh right, Sister Choju, don't tell anyone about me entering the villa this time. If the people of the Righteous Alliance find out, they might, Choju smiled and said, I know that. Actually, there might be people from the Righteous Alliance in the villa. Sister, you're not that stupid. Zhang Xiaohua put the teacup on the table and stood up. Since that's the case, I'll go back first. After I see Miss O and Sister Cho Tong, I'll go back to the villa and tell you about their situation. Choju also stood up and said, Okay, Xiaohua, if you see them, say hello to them. Tell them that I miss them a lot in the villa. I'll definitely say hello. Sister Choju, I'll go now. Okay, Xiaohua. Why didn't you bring an umbrella or something like that? It's snowing so heavily, don't freeze your body. Wait, I'll find you an umbrella. Seeing that Choju was still treating him as the youth from 5 years ago, Zhang Xiaohua felt warm inside. He said, there's no need, Sister Choju. When have you ever seen a person walking around with an umbrella in his hand? Choju patted her forehead and smiled. I didn't know about that, haha. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and turned back. Sister Choju, you don't have to come over. It's windy outside. Don't catch a cold. Choju said, Xiaohua hasn't been here for 5 years. I have to send you to the door. As she spoke, she was about to walk over. However, as soon as she took a step, she suddenly shouted, Oh, Xiaohua, wait a moment. When I saw you just now, I was so focused on talking to you that I forgot about something. Alas, but it's just a passing cloud. With that, she turned and walked into the inner room. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. She walked back to the table and waited in confusion. After a while, she saw Choju walk out with an envelope and a small paper box in her hands. As she walked, she blew the dust off the envelope and the box. Choju came to the table and put the envelope and the box on the table. She smiled and said, These 2 things belong to Cho Tong. Take them and give them to her when you see her. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She said, Sister Choju, since they belong to Sister Cho Tong, why didn't Sister Cho Tong take them away that day? Didn't you say something passing cloud just now? Choju heard and smiled. These things were originally given to Cho Tong by someone else. However, she left in a hurry that day and I forgot about it. If you didn't mention that you were going to see Cho Tong today, I wouldn't have remembered. Alright, I'll tell you in detail. Actually, the matter was very simple. On the day that the Misty School was besieged by the 3 factions, Misty Mountain Villa was facing a formidable enemy. However, Huanxi Mountain Villa was no different from usual. Everyone in the villa was busy with their own matters. Choju was in the kitchen preparing something for her young mistress when she saw a rather handsome male disciple of the Misty School come to her with these 2 things. He wanted her to help him pass these 2 things to Cho Tong. At that time, Choju was very puzzled. Cho Tong was just at the main hall of the inner manor. Couldn't he just go there himself? Why did he have to do it? However, when she saw the male disciple's face that was so red that it was about to drip blood, Choju somewhat understood. Moreover, the male disciple also said that this was a birthday present that he had prepared for Cho Tong. Cho Tong's birthday was 2 weeks later and the male disciple was about to leave for some matters. He probably wouldn't be back for a while. Hence, he asked Choju to pass it to him. He especially said that he wanted Choju to pass it to Cho Tong on her birthday. This way, he could show his sincerity and perhaps give Cho Tong a surprise. Naturally, Choju agreed to this kind of thing immediately. Moreover, she even teased the male disciple at that time. At that time, the male disciple was even more embarrassed. However, Choju was so busy that she didn't have time to spare. Hence, she asked the male disciple to put the letter and the box on the shelf in the kitchen first. When she was done, she would take it back to her room. The male disciple thanked her happily and left the box behind. He even specially told her that he would personally pass it to Cho Tong on her birthday. How could Choju forget such a thing? Of course, she waved her hand and told him not to worry. However, things were far beyond her expectations. Before she finished her work in the kitchen and was still wondering when Cho Tong found a lover from the Misty School, the news that the Misty Mountain Villa was attacked by the 3 factions came. This kind of news was like a thunderbolt. Of course, Choju forgot some small things. She hurriedly put down her work and ran to find Oh Yen. At that time, Oh Yen had already been taken to the Misty Peak by Oh Peng. Naturally, Choju couldn't see Oh Yen. At this time, the Huanxi Mountain Villa, which was part of the Misty School, was also attacked by the 3 factions. Choju and the others were forced to return to their rooms and couldn't go anywhere. After a long time, a group of female disciples from the fragrant religion, a few monks, and a few disciples from the righteous alliance came like wolves and tigers. They searched everyone's rooms and turned everything upside down. No one knew what they were looking for. Choju didn't dare to ask and just let them do what they wanted. Later, she found out that they were looking for a martial arts secret manual. Choju found it funny. There were many such things in the Misty Mountain Villa. She had never heard of it in the Huanxi Mountain Villa, let alone in the servants' rooms. What followed was a dark life. The Misty School was destroyed and Yen was brought back to the fragrant religion. Qiu Tong and Elder Yu also went with her. Qiu Ju only saw Qiu Tong once when she was sending them off. How could she remember that a male disciple from the Misty School had secretly sent Qiu Tong a message? 2 weeks after Yen left, on Qiu Tong's birthday, Qiu Ju suddenly remembered this matter. She quickly ran to the kitchen, which she hadn't seen for a long time, and found the letter and small paper box thrown crookedly in the middle of a pile of seasonings. Looking at the letter and small paper box, Qiu Ju couldn't help but feel sad. Thinking back to that day, that male disciple must have known that he didn't have much of a chance of survival, so he mustered up the courage to confess to Qiu Tong. Qiu Tong, on the other hand, didn't know that there was a male disciple from the Misty School who secretly admired her. No matter whether that male disciple was dead or alive, Qiu Tong had to know of his feelings. Hence, Qiu Ju still took these 2 things back. She wanted to personally hand them to Qiu Tong when she saw her in the future. However, she waited for 3 years and Qiu Tong never came back. Qiu Ju also forgot about the letter and paper box, and only covered with dust every day. After hearing Qiu Ju's story, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the letter that didn't seem old and smiled. This is an interesting story. Don't worry, big sister Qiu Ju. I will definitely personally hand these 2 things to big sister Qiu Tong. I just don't know the name of that Misty School disciple. Chapter 369. Choju smiled. How would I know? I did ask him, but how could I tell Qiu Tong his name if I didn't know? That disciple said that Qiu Tong would know as long as she saw the letter. I thought about it and didn't ask anymore. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Hee, won't we know if we see it now? Choju glared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you're not the child you used to be. Why are you still saying such irrelevant things? Not to mention that this is Sister Qiu Tong's privacy. Without her permission, you can't open it. Also, you know that this might be a suicide note left behind by a disciple who died for the sect. If you don't give it to Sister Qiu Tong and open it yourself, aren't you insulting her spirit in heaven? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. Then, he straightened his face and said, Big Sister Qiu Ju is right. Although I was just joking, I didn't think too much about it. Don't worry, I will definitely keep these 2 items well. When I see Big Sister Qiu Tong, I will personally hand them to her. Zhang Xiaohua carefully took the letter and the small paper box. He put them in his arms and said, Sister Qiu Ju, it's late. I'm leaving. Qiu Ju smiled. Okay, go. Be careful. If possible, come back and tell me about them. Okay, Sister Qiu Ju. Don't lose them. I know. No problem. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and walked into the snowflakes floating in the dark night. Qiuju walked to the door and watched as Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and disappeared. She closed the door and sighed deeply. Not long after, the lights in Qiuju's house went out. Everything fell into darkness. Zhang Xiaohua came out of Qiuju's room and went around the wall. First, he used the earth escape technique to walk for a while. Then, he jumped out of the ground and used the levitation technique to go back to the inn. When he came out of the Huanxi Mountain Villa, he used his divine sense to observe for a while. There was no one watching the entrance of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Perhaps, as Choju said, it was the New Year's night and the people of the Righteous Alliance must be tired of it. After returning to the small room in the inn, Zhang Xiaohua first carefully took out the letter and paper box from her bosom. Then, she used her divine sense to put them into the space of her money pouch. Only then did she sit down cross-legged and digest the information she had just received. She took out some primeval stones and began to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. The next morning, after practicing the Fist of the North Star outside, Zhang Xiaohua led Huan to the courtyard and returned to her room to comprehend the way of heaven. It was not until the sky was bright and she heard some noises in the room next door that she went out and knocked on Nie Qianyu's door. Xiao Orange, who opened the door, was very happy to see Zhang Xiaohua. She asked, "Child Ren, have you finished your business?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "No, I haven't done it yet. I just went out for a walk yesterday." After letting Zhang Xiaohua into the room, Nie Qianyu asked, "In that case, is Brother Ren going to do it today?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, Miss Nie is smart. I'm here to say goodbye." "How many days will Brother Ren be gone?" Nie Qianyu asked anxiously. "Well," Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "it's a little complicated and I'm not sure. I estimate that it will take at least 10 days. Ah! So long." Nie Qianyu almost cried out. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "That can't be helped. Miss Nie, it's not a small matter. I underestimated 10 days, maybe 20 days. However, this Pingyang city is already very far away from Tanha City and Wuri City. Even if those people who are chasing after you sent a lot of men, they wouldn't have chased you all the way here. Unless they have divine foresight, then there's no other way." Even if they have great foresight, aren't they still fooled by Brother Ren?" Nie Qianyu said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said, "I'm just that amazing. Don't praise me like that." Bah! Nie Qianyu could not help but spit and blush. "Child Ren, don't worry. I'll take care of Miss Nie here. Nothing will go wrong," Xiao Orange said tactfully. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. This plot seemed very familiar. It was like a phrase commonly used in romance novels. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed and said, "Okay, I'll ride Huan to do something. You guys be careful. If there's nothing important, try not to go out." "Oh, I forgot. Nothing will happen even if you go out." "Why is that?" Nie Qianyu was puzzled. "Even if you go out, the bullies in the city won't be able to see you." "Ah! What do you mean?" Xiao Orange was puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua did not explain and said, "Okay, I've already deposited a lot of money in the inn yesterday. It should be enough for a month. Okay, you guys stay here. I'll leave first." "Oh yes, how did the dumplings taste yesterday?" With that, he turned and left, as if he was afraid to stay here any longer. Sure enough, before he reached the door, Xiao Orange muttered, "Child Ren is really strange. Yesterday's dumplings did taste good. Why did he only think of asking now?" On the other side, Nie Qianyu seemed to have understood something. Her eyes were wide open and her soft voice was a little high-pitched. She shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, how dare you say that we're not beautiful?" Zhang Xiaohua heard and did not stop moving. She laughed and said, "Miss Nie, you've wronged me. I didn't say that." Xiao Orange, who was beside her, also asked curiously, "When did Child Ren say that?" Nie Qianyu stomped her feet and said, "Didn't you just say that the bullies in the city look down on us? Didn't you understand?" "Ah! Ren Xiaoyao." Xiao Orange did not call him Child Ren anymore. What nonsense! A girl's face was the most precious thing. How could she not be angry when you said that? The two of them chased after him to the door. Zhang Xiaohua had already urged the deer to leave a trail of footprints on the thick snow. A burst of laughter could be heard from afar. Surprisingly, the two people who chased after him did not look angry. They were both muttering to themselves, "Look at what Xiaoxia did. Even a joke is so profound. Even his laughter is so charming." Sigh, if Zhang Xiaohua heard this, wouldn't she fall off the deer directly? The road from Pingyang City to Lu Town was not short. Although the deer could run fast, it was still snowing heavily. It would take at least 3 to 4 days to get back. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. The Guizhuang house was just ahead. 4 to 5 years had passed. Why should she be anxious now? Therefore, amidst the snowflakes, on the quiet road, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the deer. She closed her eyes and started to cultivate. At this moment, what Zhang Xiaohua wanted to cultivate the most was the Heaven Dao. The feeling of understanding the Heaven Dao was so good that it was hard for Zhang Xiaohua to give up. However, ever since he had reached the 9th level of the Big Dipper magical fist, there would be a bone-honing flow every time he practiced it. He did not have a target for his future cultivation. At that time, he had a sudden inspiration and thought of practicing it from the end to the end again. However, there was no need to recite the reversal of the fist technique. He only needed to read it word by word. Therefore, he did not have the time to think about it carefully. This journey from Pingyang City to Lu Town could be made use of. The 108 forms of the Big Dipper magical fist had left a deep impression in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. The little man who knew how to perform the fist technique had not appeared for a long time. However, it was not difficult to recall it again. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua disassembled all the 108 forms in her mind. She wanted to recombine these forms. She wanted to take out the last form of the form first and then connect the other 107 forms to this form one by one. However, after going through all the forms, there was not a single form that could be connected. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. Could it be that her idea was wrong? Or could it be that she had to find a new fist technique form from the many martial arts fist manuals? Yes, it was possible. Didn't sect leader O say before that the stellar fist had 360 forms? Her Big Dipper magical fist only had 108 forms. There were still many forms missing. However, in this way, there was a problem. Since there were still forms that could be extracted from the fist manuals, why couldn't she find them the first time? This was really a problem. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but open her eyes and use her fingers to rub the space between her eyebrows. At this time, there was a sudden rush of ding-dang from behind. A horse carriage caught up from behind. Zhang Xiaohua slightly turned her head. There was a small triangular flag on the carriage with the word "fast" written on it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and patted Huan's head. Huan obediently walked to the side of the road and made way for the horse carriage. As soon as Huan made way, the horse carriage caught up. When it was walking side by side with Zhang Xiaohua, the coachman glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded gently. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled in return. However, at this moment, she heard a cat scream from below the horse carriage. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the area. It was a dirty cat that had been run over by the horse carriage's wheel and was rolling around under the horse carriage. The coachman seemed to have heard it. He frowned and tightened the reins in his hand. He was about to pull the horse carriage, but immediately, he released his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he shouted "Jia!" The horse carriage continued to roar and did not stop for even a moment. On the snowy ground, the pitiful cat rolled left and right. Finally, it stopped moving. Its dirty white belly was facing up. Its 2 hind legs were curled up and twitching. One of its front legs was placed in front of its chest while the other was raised high. It seemed to be trying to grab something. Chidian Chinese website welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and hottest series of original works at Chidian. Chapter 370. Seeing the hatred in the cat's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Looking at the dark red blood flowing from the corner of the cat's mouth and its 4 legs gradually stopping moving, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a wave of sadness in his heart. When the cat had completely stopped moving, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and carefully picked up the pitiful and light little thing from the ground. He walked step by step to the side of the road until he reached the wasteland by the side of the road. After looking around, he put the cat down. Huan also obediently followed him. Zhang Xiaohua took the long sword from Huan's back and quickly dug an extremely deep hole in the wasteland. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the cat and carefully placed it into the deep hole, as if he was afraid of disturbing the cat's beautiful dream. Then, his heart filled with sadness, he sprinkled the soil on the cat bit by bit and murmured something. Only when all the soil was filled into the hole did Zhang Xiaohua stop. He clapped his hands and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. He sighed, life is so fragile. To be honest, ever since Zhang Xiaohua started practicing qi, he had been decisive in killing. Countless lives had been taken by his hands. Perhaps his killing methods were too nimble and he had never seen more blood. Moreover, the people he killed were all detestable people, so he didn't feel too burdened in his heart. But today, he suddenly saw an innocent cat being run over by a carriage. This ordinary incident that couldn't be more ordinary on a normal day actually aroused his compassion. If it was said to be the backlash of his killing intent from before, it was reasonable. Life, death, life, death. Zhang Xiaohua stood with his hands in his sleeves. He looked up at the sky and murmured these two words over and over again. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be stagnant and the snowflakes also stopped in the air. Zhang Xiaohua's mind once again felt the call of the heavens. At this moment, his consciousness left his body like before and gradually, slowly rose up. This time, Zhang Xiaohua had the previous experience and didn't deliberately or anxiously rise up. Instead, he slowly controlled the speed of his consciousness and spread it out to understand the feeling of the entire world. But soon after, Zhang Xiaohua discovered that his comprehension this time was different from the last time. This time, what he saw through his consciousness was not the various states of the world, but the life and death of the world. As Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness rose and strengthened, from the death of the cat at the beginning, to the birth and death of the surrounding villages, normal deaths, abnormal deaths, countless positive, negative, and positive emotions filled his consciousness. Time and space also seemed to have lost their effect at this time. Zhang Xiaohua also saw the battle between the disciples of the Misty School and the disciples of the three sects in the Misty Mountain Villa. Countless disciples howled in pain. He also saw O Peng commit suicide on the Misty Peak and Yang Rupiang face death calmly. Soon after, his consciousness saw even further. He saw himself brandishing his flying sword and wantonly killing more than 10 gang members of an unknown sect. He also saw himself wielding a small sword and killing 3 disciples of the Righteous Alliance. He also saw himself leaping high like a god and killing 5 unknown disciples with a long sword. He even saw himself following O Yanningsing and killing the masked old man in black. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness soared even higher, and even more battles in the Jianghu were reflected in his mind. Even more new lives were reflected in his mind. All sorts of emotions revolved around him, tempering him. It was as if the cycle of reincarnation was tempering his consciousness. At the same time, the marks left behind by the heavenly Tao became even clearer and deeper. The sky above Zhang Xiaohua's head was no longer covered in red clouds at some point in time. Instead, it was a night sky dotted with countless resplendent stars. In the distance, the sun that emitted endless light and heat was like a special star. It hung there, no different from the other celestial bodies. The starry sky became clearer, more complete, more vivid, and more lively. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was still rising. Although he was deliberately controlling it, it was still rising. The land that he looked down on was still endless. However, in his eyes, or in his perception, there was only endless life and death, and the cycle of life and death. Perhaps it was an instant or perhaps it was a long time. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Life, death, reincarnation, cycle. Pa! Like lightning, it instantly lit up his entire consciousness. He seemed to understand something, but also seemed to not understand something. At this moment, his consciousness accelerated once again, high up. This time, it was different from the previous time. Previously, it was a feeling of being at a loss and not knowing what to do. However, this time, he had a feeling that he had grasped something. Although he did not know what it was, he had a feeling that somewhere in the high, endless starry sky, there must be a place where he could find this feeling. However, at this moment, he forgot that at this moment, he did not seem to have the ability to search the entire starry sky. The only outcome he could face was only to be lost in the unpredictable starry sky. At this critical moment, in the distance where Zhang Xiaohua was standing, which was also the direction that Zhang Xiaohua was heading in the high starry sky, there suddenly appeared a super strong storm. This storm was not simply a storm of air, but a storm formed by the endless yuan qi of heaven and earth. The endless yuan qi of heaven and earth seemed to have appeared from an inexplicable point, and immediately filled the space. The yuan qi of heaven and earth condensed continuously, and not long after, it formed two lifelike images. Auspicious dragon and phoenix. Zhang Xiaohua's ascending consciousness could not help but cry out, and once this cry came out, his consciousness fell rapidly like the last time. However, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua did not recall the feeling of falling, but only stared at the distant dragon and phoenix formed by the yuan qi of heaven and earth. He watched as the dragon and phoenix intertwined and danced in the starry sky, and slowly fell. Zhang Xiaohua's rapidly falling consciousness landed on his body, who was standing on the ground with his hands in his sleeves. Immediately, he opened his eyes as if he had been enlightened. He instantly released his consciousness, wanting to explore the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the sky. Unfortunately, although Zhang Xiaohua felt that his consciousness had improved greatly, he was still too far away from the dragon and phoenix, and could not see anything useful. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his consciousness, and used his eyes to look at the sky in front of him, which was still covered with dark clouds and snowflakes. He could not help but shake his head, and said to himself, I don't know what happened in front, which could cause a change in the yuan qi of heaven and earth, and even affect the change in the way of heaven. The way of heaven is really unpredictable. Then, ignoring the snow on the ground, he sat cross-legged, and checked his gains from the oneness of heaven and man again. Sure enough, the starry sky that demonstrated the way of heaven was incomparably bright, clearer, and more inexplicably full of vitality. The way of heaven left a deeper outline in Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness, and at the same time, left a greater accumulation. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes with a smile. This smile was so vivid, and seemed to be the same as a moment ago, but also seemed to be different. It seemed to have more understanding of life and death. Clapping his hands, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and looked deeply at the soil that had been covered by a thin layer of snow. There was a stray cat's body buried deep there. Yes, there was a cause, and there was an effect. If he had not coincidentally witnessed the cat's death and buried its body, how could he have such an opportunity? Life and death, how could it be so easy to understand? How could the way of heaven be so easy to approach? Looking at the David's deer that was standing quietly beside him, Zhang Xiaohua floated up and patted its head calmly. Huan raised its head and let out a long neigh, and happily ran back to the main road from the ground. It then walked to the center of the main road, and walked forward. Zhang Xiaohua sat on Huan's back, and unconsciously looked back at the place where the cat had been knocked down. A thought rose from the bottom of his heart, if I could turn back time, maybe I could reach out and rescue this poor cat from under the carriage. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly moved, as if he had thought of something. After thinking about it carefully, his eyes unconsciously lit up, and he thought to himself, Cat, I really have to thank you. I just simply buried you, and you actually gave me endless benefits. If it was said that Zhang Xiaohua's cat's death, combined with his murderous aura, triggered another form of prying into the way of heaven, which was a deeper level of contact with life and death than the hundreds of forms of life, it was a guide for Zhang Xiaohua's future cultivation. What he had just learned was a direct guide for the difficult problem of practicing the fist of the North Star in his heart. Of course, it's impossible to turn back time, but the moves of the fist can be performed in reverse. The second stage of the fist of the North Star should be practiced from the end to the end, but this from the end to the end is not simply linking the last move to the first move. This has been tried before, but it doesn't work. Instead, Every move has to be performed in reverse. This way, from the last move to the first move can be smoothly performed. Understanding the key point, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think, should I erect a tombstone for the cat, or give it a proper burial? But then, he smiled. Separation of life and death was just a part of the way of heaven. Anything that did not break away from the way of heaven must go through this process. Sometimes the death was lighter than a goose feather, sometimes the death was heavier than Mount Tai. To him, the cat's death was heavier than Mount Tai, but to the coachman, the cat's death was lighter than a goose feather. The cat did not care about the ceremony after its death, but he cared about the value of the cat's death. Instead of giving the cat an unimportant ceremony, it was better to keep the cat's death in his heart, as a warning to himself. Death was actually very simple. As long as he pointed his flying sword, a drop of blood. Death was also very complicated, perhaps he might not be able to comprehend it in his lifetime. This sword was related to life and death, so he must not use it lightly in the future. Alas, who in this world could understand everything? In this wilderness, the life and death of a stray cat, except for the current Zhang Xiaohua, who knew? But such a cat's death was exchanged for the lives of countless Jianghu people in the future. Even Zhang Xiaohua himself could not explain the cause and effect of this. Chapter 371. On the morning of the 9th day of the first lunar month, in a forest about 10 miles away from the east gate of Lu Town, a thin and tall young man stood on the crown of a big pine tree covered in white snow, facing the rising sun. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the distant morning sun with a faint smile on his lips. After a few breaths, he jumped down from the tree and started practicing his punching skills on the flat snowy ground. After he finished practicing a set of boxing, he did not stop. He continued with a set of boxing that was similar to the previous one. If a martial arts master could identify it carefully, he would be able to see that the last set of boxing was simply the reverse of the previous set of boxing. This young man was naturally Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking towards the Guizhuang house. Since he entered the realm of oneness of heaven and men a few days ago, he had glimpsed a corner of the rules of life and death in the way of heaven. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation seemed to have entered another realm. However, when he carefully checked his mental cultivation, he only took a big step forward. It was not the qualitative leap that he had imagined. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew very well that he must have made great progress in an aspect that he did not know about. It was the improvement in his daily understanding of the way of heaven. Since he did not understand what it was, he knew how to practice it. That was enough. On the other hand, the death of the stray cat had awakened the direction of upgrading the Fist of the North Star. Therefore, while Zhang Xiaohua continued to understand the way of heaven, he put his mind on the reversal of the Fist of the North Star. After 2 days of pondering and thinking, he finally understood all the 108 moves of the Fist of the North Star. Last night, Zhang Xiaohua tried it before he went to sleep. It was indeed effective. The inexplicable flow appeared from his right foot. With the moves of the Fist of the North Star, it was in the opposite direction from before. It tempered the bones one by one until it reached the bones of his left foot. As a matter of fact, Zhang Xiaohua suppressed his excitement and performed the Big Dipper magical fist technique 18 times. His bones were tempered 18 times. Zhang Xiaohua stopped and summoned the David's deer. He flew up and patted Huan Huan's head. Huan Huan's 4 hooves danced in the air as it flew toward Lu Town. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on Huan Huan's back. She closed her eyes and thought, Northern Dipper Divine Fist and Reverse Northern Dipper Divine Fist are both Northern Dipper Divine Fist. Wouldn't it be too troublesome to call them Northern Dipper Divine Fist? However, if that's the case, then the Misty School's Fist of the North Star manual will be incomplete. Thinking of the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel sad for her second brother. Maybe I have to go home quickly and ask if my second brother has brought any news back home. If he hasn't, then I'll have to go to the fragrant cult. The fragrant cult is in the south. Sending Nye Qianyu there won't be any delay. Zhang Xiaohua looked ahead and thought slowly. Suddenly, the expression in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes changed. It turned out that in the sky not far away to the right, high up in the sky, a pure white cloud had suddenly been blown away. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and immediately released his divine sense. Sure enough, under the white cloud, the originally sparse qi of heaven and earth seemed to have been blown in, becoming denser and denser. Zhang Xiaohua's dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity was instantly equivalent to the qi of heaven and earth phenomenon that he saw when he entered the unity of heaven and man realm a few days ago. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. Something strange is happening in front? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua urged his mount and quickly moved forward. In her divine sense, the yuan qi of heaven and earth in that direction slowly became denser. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Lu Town, she could already see part of the body of the dragon and phoenix. This? Zhang Xiaohua really didn't understand. However, when she arrived at Lu Town, Zhang Xiaohua had to turn east, which was the direction of the yuan qi of heaven and earth. She wasn't afraid of delaying her journey back to the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua tried to release her divine sense to observe the changes in the yuan qi of heaven and earth while urging the David's deer to rush to the Guizhuang house. At this time, the David's deer, Huan, also seemed to feel a trace of change in the yuan qi of heaven and earth. It was a little uneasy and was a little bit afraid to go forward. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and gently stroked Huan's neck to comfort her. But the more she went forward, the more anxious Huan became, as if she was extremely afraid of the things in front of her. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had already observed that the yuan qi of heaven and earth had revealed more than half of its body. Isn't the Guizhuang house directly below the yuan qi of heaven and earth? Thinking of the yuan qi of heaven and earth, she naturally thought of the spring water that was rich in the yuan qi of heaven and earth at home. She didn't think too much. The change in the yuan qi must be related to her home. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. She patted the head of the David's deer and floated up. She went straight to the dead trees in the snow by the roadside and flew straight to the Guizhuang house. The David's deer, Huan, slowed down and strolled forward slowly. The David's deer could smell the yuan qi on Zhang Xiaohua's body, so Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid that Huan couldn't find her. Zhang Xiaohua's levitation technique was fast and she moved forward in a straight line. Not long after, she could clearly see everything in the Guizhuang house with her divine sense. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't care less about observing the changes in the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Instead, she looked greedily at her own small courtyard. In the past 5 years, the small courtyard of the Zhang family had changed a lot. The original mud hut had been overturned and changed into a big bluestone house. The low mud wall had disappeared and was replaced by a very high bluestone wall. The low fence gate had also been replaced by the gate of a decent big family. At this time, there seemed to be no one in the small courtyard. There were several bluestone houses of the same size with the same gate. Zhang Kai, Mr. Lu Kai, and an old man who looked familiar to Zhang Xiaohua were anxiously talking about something. What surprised Zhang Xiaohua the most was that the east house of the courtyard was emitting a red light. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. At this time, a person came out of the house. Wasn't it the girl she saved in Shizhou Mountain, Li Yinfeng? She looked panicked and said something to the old man in the courtyard who Zhang Xiaohua was not familiar with. Then she hurried back to the house. The old man turned around and said something to Zhang Kai and others. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that this was Li Yinfeng's father, old shopkeeper Li. What? What's going on? What's in the room? What? Li Yinfeng, old shopkeeper Li, why are they in my house? Zhang Xiaohua was completely confused. Looking at the dragon and phoenix yuan qi in the sky that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, Zhang Xiaohua forcefully circulated the qi in her body and sped up the levitation technique. A shadow appeared and Zhang Xiaohua flew towards the Guizhuang house. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to reach the Guizhuang house, she saw that there were too many villagers in the village and it was no longer suitable for levitation. Zhang Xiaohua twisted her body, made a hand seal, and drilled into the ground. She thought she would get lost, but once she went underground, she felt a strong yuan-qi fluctuation in front of her. It seemed like she had a direction to guide her. Zhang Xiaohua activated the earth elemental escape and went there. When she got close, Zhang Xiaohua jumped out from the ground. When she looked up, she saw that it was the small courtyard where her father and Mr. Liu were. She was standing behind them. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were filled with tears. Finally, she didn't go in the wrong direction. At this time, Mr. Liu said, "Lu Kai, go out and see Xiaolong. Why isn't he back yet? It's just looking for a midwife, why is it taking so long? I think Qian won't be able to hold on for much longer." When these words entered her ears, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. So her little nephew was about to come into the world. At the same time, she released her divine sense. Seeing that the dragon and phoenix in the sky had stopped above her small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of battle formation was this? Beside them, old shopkeeper Li comforted, "Brother Liu, don't worry. Sister-in-law Zhang and my wife are both inside. Although they aren't specialized midwives, they have a lot of experience. My wife has been vegetarian and praying to Buddha for the past few years. She has also helped a lot of people deliver babies for a living. There won't be too big of a problem." But Mr. Liu only started, but he couldn't finish his words. He could only look at Zhang Kai. Both of them smiled bitterly. "That's right, your wife has helped a lot of people deliver babies, but they were all normal babies. The unborn baby in this house had stayed in his mother's stomach for 5 years. This morning, he suddenly had abdominal pain and knew it wasn't good. He could only ask Zhang Xiaolong to go out and look for a midwife." This situation naturally couldn't be directly told to old shopkeeper Li. Lu Kai listened to his father's orders and nodded, "Father, don't worry. A mother relies on her son, little sister will definitely be fine. I'll go out and take a look. Jin Feng is with Xiaolong, so there won't be too much of a delay." After saying this, he turned around and walked out of the small courtyard. But when he turned around, he saw Zhang Xiaohua who had just walked behind them. He couldn't help calling out, "Xiaolong, why are you alone? Where's the midwife? Xiaolong?" When everyone heard this, they all turned around. Zhang Xiaohua had 3 brothers. Zhang Xiaolong's face was long and thin, while Zhang Xiaohu had a round face. When Zhang Xiaohua was young, she had a 60% resemblance to her second brother. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she was already very tall. Although her face was still the same as when she left home, her face was elongated. Therefore, with a single glance, she was 80% similar to Zhang Xiaolong, only she was a lot younger. Lu Kai and old shopkeeper Li first found it strange that Zhang Xiaohua came back alone without a midwife, so they looked behind him. Mr. Liu was also curious, but then he frowned. He was very confused, as if he already felt that this wasn't his usual son-in-law. But who was this strange young man? For a moment, he was stunned. Only Zhang Kai turned around and knew that it wasn't Zhang Xiaolong. But he was also confused for a moment, then he was pleasantly surprised. His eyes couldn't hide the excitement as he anxiously took a step forward. Reaching out his hand, he trembled as he probed, "Xiaohua? Are you Xiaohua?" Even though Zhang Xiaohua had just experienced the trials of life and death, she still couldn't resist the affection of father and son in this world. She took a few steps forward and held Zhang Kai's trembling hand with both hands, saying, "Father, it's me. I'm Xiaohua. I'm back." Hearing this, everyone's eyes in the courtyard lit up. Lu Kai and old shopkeeper Li's gaze also attracted from the still-closed courtyard door to this young man who looked very similar to Zhang Xiaolong. Chidian Chinese website welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and hottest serial works at Chidian Originals. Chapter 372. Zhang Kai's hands tightly grasped Zhang Xiaohua's hands. His right hand rubbed his eyes in disbelief, using the opportunity to wipe away some of the moisture in his eyes. He looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohua, smiling so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. He only said, "Good, Good. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. But then, he turned his head and quietly wiped away his tears. He seemed to be very happy, but also seemed to have thought of something. Before Mr. Liu and Lu Kai could speak, old shopkeeper Li hurried forward from the side. He saluted and said, "Xiaoxia Zhang, do you still remember this old man?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly returned the salute and said, "Uncle Li, please don't be so polite. You are Li Jinfeng's brother Li's father. You are my elder. I really can't accept your courtesy." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua respond so politely, Zhang Kai also pulled old shopkeeper Li's hand and said, "Old brother, Xiaohua is only a child. You don't have to be so polite with him." Old shopkeeper Li repeatedly waved his hand and said, "Old brother Zhang, I will never forget the favor of saving my life. Moreover, Xiaoxia Zhang saved the lives of our family of 3 in one go. He even almost lost his life because of it." Zhang Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed and said, "Uncle Li, just call me Xiaohua. I really can't stand being called Xiaoxia Zhang." Mr. Liu also smiled at the side and said, Zhang Xiaohua, it's better to call you Xiaohua. Let the people of the Jianghu call you Xiaoxia Zhang." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua also hurried forward and saluted. Mr. Liu chuckled and helped him up. Then, Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai both saluted each other. Only then did they stand still. Just as they were about to speak, suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's nose smelled an extremely rich and light fragrance descending from the sky. At this moment, all the pores on his body didn't wait for him to circulate his energy. They all opened up and absorbed this extremely strange fragrance as if they were absorbing starlight at night. At this moment, the people in the courtyard seemed to have noticed something different. They looked at each other and twitched their noses, searching for the source of the fragrance. Only Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense. He clearly saw that the dragon and phoenix Yuan Qi in the sky had already descended to the sky above the small house. The dragon and phoenix formed by the Yuan Qi seemed to be real, dancing in the sky. After a long while, the dragon and phoenix flew towards the sky above the small house from different directions and silently collided. The dragon and phoenix instantly disappeared and turned into countless petals that floated down. Heavenly maiden scattering petals, this phrase inexplicably flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. As early as when Zhang Xiaohua used the oneness of heaven and man technique, he saw the majestic dragon and phoenix Yuan Qi in the starry sky. At this moment, it turned into a rain of petals and fell down, covering the entire sky above the Guizhuang house. Only a small part of the rain of petals seeped into the small house in the courtyard. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense with all his strength. Other than the Yuan Qi that directly fell into the small house, he didn't disturb it. Most of the scattered Yuan Qi were drawn into his small courtyard by him and absorbed with all his strength. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was already in the 6th layer of the Qi refining realm. He could already control the Yuan Qi to the smallest detail. In addition to his powerful divine sense and the help of his Dantian's core, he absorbed all the scattered Yuan Qi outside the small house into his own meridians like a whale swallowing seawater. As for the Yuan Qi above the small house, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to act rashly. Of course, he wouldn't compete with his little nephew. However, the small house was still covered by the red light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. His divine sense couldn't know the use of the Yuan Qi. After a while, the scattered Yuan Qi of heaven and earth had become sparse. Suddenly, an inexplicable sound of music entered his mind, as if it was ringing in his heart. Zhang Xiaohua was about to use his divine sense to look when he heard a burst of exclamations in the small house. The red light that covered the small house immediately changed to a brilliant golden brilliance. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. When he was hesitating whether he should use his divine sense to look or not, he heard the door of the small house open. Li Yinfeng ran out with a pale face and whispered, oh no, Sister Qian, she gave birth to a monster." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned at first. Sister Qian, But then he was even more stunned. A monster? It wasn't just Zhang Xiaohua. Everyone in the courtyard was shocked. They all asked, what monster? A big lotus. Gave birth to a big lotus. It's true, a big lotus. Ah! Everyone was dumbfounded. Lotus? Little Feng Her, are you seeing things? Lu Kai stepped forward and held Li Yinfeng's hand. He asked anxiously. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. These two were so intimate. Could it be? Sure enough, Li Yinfeng's hand trembled. She couldn't finish the sentence and said, It's true, husband. I really saw it. Mother and Auntie Guo were so scared that they couldn't move. That lotus, it could open and close as if it was blooming. At this time, Li Yinfeng also saw Zhang Xiaohua. She shouted, Xiaolong, why don't you go in and take a look? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose. She was very embarrassed. Sister-in-law was giving birth. How could she dare to go in? Seeing this, Mr. Lu didn't have time to explain. He said to Li Yinfeng, Little Feng, you're brave. We can't go in. You should go in and take a look. Don't cause any big trouble. Li Yinfeng was a little puzzled. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded, Okay, father. She was about to go in. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua saw through her divine sense that the door of the small house was shining with a golden light. It was as if something was about to come out. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. She quickly took out the small sword and looked at the door nervously. Sure enough, when the golden light appeared in the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua saw her mother holding a big round ball and walking out. The ball was wrapped in a layer of flowing golden light. It was like flowing water that kept flowing. From time to time, it emitted a golden light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. When Zhang Xiaohua looked with her eyes, she saw that the golden light was imitating the shape of a lotus flower. As the light radiated, it imitated the opening and closing of a lotus flower. At this time, Guo Sufei's face was pale. She bit her lips and her hands were trembling. Step by step, she slowly walked to the center of the small courtyard. Except for Zhang Xiaohua, who was still standing on the spot with the small sword in her hand, the others all took a few steps back in fear. Their faces were filled with nervousness and fear. Everyone's retreat naturally made Zhang Xiaohua stand out. Although Guo Sufei's eyes were blurred and frightened, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she was pleasantly surprised. She called out, Xiaohua. Although her voice was low, Zhang Xiaohua heard it clearly. She replied with tears in her eyes, Mother, I'm back. Guo Sufei nodded, hinting her to step back a bit. But Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, Mother, it's okay. Then, she looked around and said, Mother, put it on this stone table. Guo Sufei still shook her head, but her eyes were looking at the door of the small courtyard. How could Zhang Xiaohua not know her mother's intention? She walked straight over and said, Mother, it's okay. Let me see. How could Guo Sufei let her get close? She took a few steps back and said with a trembling voice, Xiaohua, you stay away, stay away. Zhang Xiaohua stopped and said, Mother, you've forgotten. That year, I was the one who saw that eldest sister-in-law was pregnant. Guo Sufei was stunned. Zhang Xiaohua continued, Give this to me. I'll see what's going on. Guo Sufei asked, Is it really okay? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, It's okay. Mother, it's just my nephew or niece. What's there to be afraid of? After saying that, she took a few steps forward and took the lotus from Guo Sufei's hand. Seeing this, Guo Sufei could only comply. But she still followed behind Zhang Xiaohua, feeling extremely worried. The lotus that the ball turned into was very similar. It also felt like a lotus in her hand. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the side of the stone table and placed the lotus on it. She looked at it with her eyes. It was just like a real lotus. She couldn't see any abnormalities. It was just that the lotus kept opening and closing, which made people feel strange. Zhang Xiaohua immediately released her divine sense and carefully observed the ball. As soon as she released her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. What kind of ball was this? This was clearly a mysterious array formed by countless golden talismans that looked like tadpoles. Those countless golden talismans seemed to be alive. They were colluding together and constantly rotating in the air like flowing water. When Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into one of the tadpole-like talismans, she was shocked to find that this talisman was also formed by countless talismans. Those tiny talismans were also like tadpoles, intertwined together. This. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be tongue-tied. This was far beyond her imagination. It was far beyond the array and prohibition that she knew. She could only vaguely feel that the entire ball array seemed to have existed since the beginning. It was not something that could be formed by human strength. It was also not something that could be broken by human strength. As for those tiny talismans, Zhang Xiaohua simply used his divine sense to know that the intricate structure of the talismans was millions of times more powerful than the array formation that she had obtained from Fire Dragon Immortal on the deserted island. Yes, perhaps even more. But this difference was not something that Zhang Xiaohua could understand. What should I do? The child is probably in this array. If I can't break this array, the child will not be able to come out. But this array, I think no one in the world can break it. What is going on? Sister-in-law only drank the spring water that was rich in vitality. I only gave her a small vitality stone. How could it give birth to such a strange thing? Moreover, it is protected by this innate array. That's right, the dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity in the morning, and the heavenly maiden scattering flowers just now, and even the sound of a musical instrument, they were all for this child, right? But since there was a natural phenomenon, the vine should have fallen when the melon ripened, and the vine should have fallen when the time was ripe. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua turned to look at her mother who was standing beside her. Guo Sufei's expression seemed to have calmed down. Perhaps it was because she saw another son, or perhaps it was because she believed in her son's ability. When the others saw this, they all took a few steps forward. Other than Zhang Kai and Mr. Liu who stood beside Zhang Xiaohua, the others still kept a distance. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Just as she was about to tell her mother, the golden array happened to turn in a direction. Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently looked at it with her divine sense and could not help but be happy. There are many stories that have yet to be told. The interest of the faction is paramount. This is the rule of survival for every faction in the Jianghu. If there is a faction that selflessly helps the Misty School, that would be strange. Chapter 373. In her divine sense, there was a narrow slit in the flawless, perfectly round and seamless array formed by golden tadpole-like talismans. A strange fragrance came out from that narrow slit. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Her divine sense immediately probed into the slit. Only then did she discover that the array was only a thin layer, but inside this thin space, there were hundreds of millions of arrays made up of countless tadpole-like talismans. That array was actually made up of hundreds of millions of layers of arrays. However, Zhang Xiaohua was deeply aware that this array was definitely not as simple as adding one layer after another. Inside the spherical array, there was dense purple qi, and inside the purple qi was a chubby male baby. His eyes and mouth were tightly closed, and he had a solemn look. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think about other things for the time being. She first raised her head and said to Guo Sufei with a smile, "Mother, congratulations, it's a boy. But wait a moment, I'll see how to get him out." Guo Sufei was overjoyed. The fear in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a look of ecstasy. The people around were also happy and wanted to look forward. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Mother, you and father should all step back. I don't want any accidents to happen. I want to take a careful look first and think of a good idea." Guo Sufei quickly nodded and stepped back with the others, keeping a certain distance. When the others were far away, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the mysterious innate array again. The slit of the sphere seemed to be natural, and the tadpole-like talismans beside the slit seemed to have no connection at all. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the slit was definitely not there originally. The original array must be perfectly round without any slit, and the slit must be the inevitable result of the array's operation to a certain stage. Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin with her hand and pondered. She thought that her little nephew was definitely not born at full term. Looking at the size of the slit, it was much earlier. If he was born at full term, he would definitely be in human form, and not a fetus protected by the array. Alas, it had been 5 years, and it was just a small slit. If he was born at full term, who knew how many years it would take? Fortunately, there was a little clue and a direction to break through, so Zhang Xiaohua carefully observed the tadpoles on both sides of the slit. The flowing tadpoles seemed to show signs of separation, but there was a faintly discernible force that firmly bound them together. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She continued to look in the direction of the slit. As expected, in the array of the sphere, along the slit, the energy of the array was obviously weaker than the surrounding energy. Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood that this was where the array would be divided into 2 halves. Only by starting from here could the array be divided into 2 halves. However, did Zhang Xiaohua have the ability to do so? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua tightened his grip on the small sword. He knew that at this moment, only his small sword could help him. However, it was hard to say if it would be effective. After all, he had only used the small sword to break through ordinary restrictions and arrays, such as the small box that contained the Carefree Heart Sutra, and the cave that was sealed by Fire Dragon Venerable. However, he had no confidence in breaking through this array. Zhang Xiaohua held the small sword with his left hand and wanted to take out the vitality stones from his pocket. However, he laughed bitterly in his heart. Previously, when he used the small sword with his left hand, the energy used by the small sword did not seem to be the vital energy in his meridians. Even if he took out the crouching ox stone from his money bag, it would probably be useless. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. However, just in case, Zhang Xiaohua still took out a piece and placed it in his hand. Then, he used his divine sense to lock onto the slit and raised the small sword in his hand slightly. At this moment, he heard Guo Sufei's surprised voice, "Xiaohua, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua could only turn around and explain, "Mother, the child is in this sphere. I have to cut it open." "Sphere? Isn't this a big lotus flower?" "Oh, yes, mother. You have to cut open the lotus seed pod of this lotus flower." "But, Xiaohua, you won't hurt the child inside, right?" Yes, Guo Sufei had not seen her little grandson yet. How could she let Zhang Xiaohua use this small dagger-like thing to harm her little grandson? Even the lotus flower outside would not be able to do so. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, mother. I definitely won't. I'm confident. That's for sure. There won't be any problems. I don't know what the dense purple chi in the sphere array is, but it seems to have some incredible vitality. As long as I have the protection of the purple chi, I won't be hurt by the sphere array. How can I hurt the child inside?" Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Then, all right. However, Xiaohua, you must be careful. You must not hurt the child. Especially the child's penis. What? Zhang Xiaohua almost fell over. However, it was understandable. Things that could carry on the family line were naturally very precious. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and slowly raised her left hand again. At this time, another person spoke. It was Zhang Kai. He said, "Xiaohua. Ah. What's wrong, father?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. "That, you must be careful. Especially the last thing your mother said just now." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She smiled and said, "I know, father. I know what to do." Then, he looked around again. Everyone looked at each other and quietly waited for instructions. When no one spoke, he said, "Then I'll start." Zhang Xiaohua turned around again. She stretched out her left hand and raised the small sword. She used her divine sense to firmly lock onto the crack on the round ball. When the crack rotated to the top, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath. Her left hand moved like lightning and directly cut towards the bottom of the crack. Sure enough, as Zhang Xiaohua used the sword in her left hand, an inexplicable heat flow appeared somewhere on her left arm. It flowed along the small sword's arm and along the small sword's arm. When the small sword pierced into the crack, the heat flow also reached the small sword in time. There was no strong reaction, nor was there any glaring brilliance. When the small sword and the tadpole talisman came in contact, it immediately produced an incomparably huge suction force. It sucked away all the heat flow on Zhang Xiaohua's left arm. At the same time, the tadpoles that had absorbed the energy seemed to have eaten something full. They swam to the sides, and the crack naturally stretched down a little. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. However, this nameless heat flow was not controlled by him, so he could not activate it. Fortunately, the heat flow in his left arm did not. Instead, it was produced from somewhere and continued to travel up his arm. Therefore, as the heat flow in his left arm continued to enter, the crack also became longer and longer. If there was enough heat flow in Zhang Xiaohua's body, the crack would be completely pulled open sooner or later. Unfortunately, even Zhang Xiaohua himself did not know how much heat flow there was. He could only slowly pray in his heart. Unfortunately, the heavens had always been against people's wishes. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the heat flow in his left arm was much smaller. He knew that things were not good. He hurriedly absorbed the vitality from the vitality stone in his right hand. However, when the vitality entered his body, it only filled his meridians and did not change the intensity of the heat flow in the slightest. What should I do now? The crack on the round ball formation is not big enough. I can't reach out and carry the child out. Just as he was thinking, there was no more heat flow in his left arm. The small sword could no longer cut it. However, at this moment, something abnormal happened. The purple gas in the round ball formation seemed to be attracted by something. It flowed along the tip of the small sword into Zhang Xiaohua's left arm. It also formed a warm flow. It followed another path up his left arm until it disappeared. After a moment, another warm flow was produced. It flowed from the original path to the small sword. The tadpole-like talisman was expelled by this warm flow. It was like boiling water pouring on snow, separating into two sides. Zhang Xiaohua was ecstatic. There was a lot of purple gas in the round ball. It had already formed a cycle with the warm flow in his left arm. Presumably, it would not be long before the crack was large enough. While cutting open the formation effortlessly, Zhang Xiaohua pondered. The purple gas must be the key to breaking the formation. However, to directly use the purple gas to break the formation, it would take a long time. This period of time might be the time when the baby was gestating in his sister-in-law's body. Now that the baby was born prematurely, with the purple gas alone, it might be possible to break the formation in a few decades. However, it was not in his sister-in-law's body. It was unknown whether it would harm the baby's growth. Now, the purple gas could be used to break the formation in a short period of time. It must be a special method. Again, she did not know whether it would harm the baby's growth. However, since things had come to this point, this was the only way. It was inconceivable to let the round formation of the lotus stay in the Zhang family's small courtyard in the Guizhuang house for several decades. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the crack was large enough. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to withdraw the small sword and carry her little nephew out of the formation. However, the formation seemed to have a strong suction force. No matter how hard Zhang Xiaohua tried, she could not pull it out at all. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua could only continue to absorb the purple gas and use the warm flow to break open the round ball. In the eyes of Zhang Kai, Guo Sufei, and the rest, Zhang Xiaohua's inconspicuous small sword pierced into the lotus. The lotus stopped opening and closing and bloomed little by little. Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully, afraid that they would disturb Zhang Xiaohua's actions. As Zhang Xiaohua's small sword broke the formation, the lotus bloomed more and more. After the time it took to eat a meal, the entire round ball was split into two. In everyone's eyes, the lotus bloomed completely. In an instant, the entire small courtyard was filled with a strange fragrance. At this moment, the baby in the purple gas suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were looking straight into Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. When their eyes met, Zhang Xiaohua instantly felt like she was being sucked into darkness.